All right. Hello, everybody. We're live here with T Storm Chasers. My name is Riley, and we have a developing situation in Nebraska. We have a bunch of tornado warnings. We have a tornado watch that has been issued. Let's go ahead and go to that. We have a tornado watch in place for northeastern Nebraska, southeastern South Dakota, and western Iowa until 9 p.m. Central Time. Let's see. So that is your tornado watch. It does not include Sioux Falls, does not include Mitchell, includes Chamberlain, Winter, Yankton, Vermilion, Sioux City, and then in Nebraska, O'Neill, Norfolk, West Point, Omaha, and then in Iowa, Sioux City, Lamar's, Atlantic, Iowa. So those are your tornado watch areas. Let's go ahead and pull up the model run. The latest HRR is what it's called, to basically show kind of where the system is headed as it moves its way to the north and northeast. Switch over to that here. Okay. Bear with me for a second. All right, so here's where we're at right now, about 5:30, 6 o'clock. As these storms make their way, this is about 7 o'clock, and this is about 8 o'clock. Mountain time, I should say. So this is showing the latest model run is actually pushing these storms a little bit back. So I would say Sioux Falls area, anywhere between 8 and 10. Okay. Let's see. Okay, there we go. Now it shows up. Sorry about that. So let's go back to that. Let's see here. So there's your tornado watch until 9 p.m. Again, includes southeastern South Dakota, eastern Nebraska, northeastern Nebraska, and parts of western Iowa. That's until 9 p.m. Central Time. And then, so there's your tornado watch that has been issued. And then, if you go to the model run, the latest HRR, let's go ahead and pull that up. So here we go. So this is about where we're at now. So it's going through. That's a fast motion of it. We're gonna go ahead and slow this down. So here's where we are right now. And as it makes its way, this is about 7 o'clock p.m. Kind of Yankton area. Let's zoom in a little bit. Winter area. Wagner, Yankton areas as it kind of makes its way into South Dakota. This is about 8 o'clock, kind of going past the Yankton area and kind of rolling into southeastern South Dakota towards Parkston, Viborg. And then 9 o'clock, I would say between 9 and 10, looks like, is the time frame to hit the Sioux Falls area. And it's going to be a line of embedded supercells with large hail, damaging winds, and isolated tornadoes, along with some localized flooding. There's also a slight possibility as well. But our main concern right now is the tornado threat, tornado watch in place. And here's about 10 o'clock, making its way into the Sioux Falls area. And there's your line, basically from Sioux City up to Sioux Falls over to Mitchell. And then kind of 11 o'clock, it's not going to be a very fast-moving system. It's going to be pretty slow as it makes its way to the north and northeast. And then eventually makes its way into southwest Minnesota after midnight. As you can see, it kind of just stays put. So tonight there might be some flooding, there is a possibility of that. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Obviously, later on, we're going to be here as long as we need to be to cover these storms for you guys. So yeah, Southwest Minnesota, I would say after midnight. So that's a look at the model run. Let's go ahead. Let's see here. Let me go ahead and turn the model off here. Okay. So here's the latest on the radar. Let's go ahead and get the warnings up. So there's your tornado watch. So we have tornado warnings currently in Nebraska, northeastern Nebraska, and it's going to be making its way, obviously, up into northwest Iowa, southeast South Dakota within the next few hours. So that's why we're live here to cover this. And we have seen confirmed tornadoes already earlier today. Reed Timmer, if anybody knows who that is, I'm sure a lot of you know who he is. He intercepted a wedge tornado earlier today. We were watching it live, probably an F2, F3, and he intercepted that, and it was pretty wild to watch. And it's kind of just ups the seriousness of this, that this can happen. And that is what we're looking at, this tornado potential. Let me go ahead and try to get these warnings on here. There we go. So here, let's run through these warnings. Let's start down here. This yellow severe thunderstorm watch, that's down in Kansas. So here, far southeastern corner of Nebraska, there's a tornado warning, supercell. But here is the main event currently. O'Neill, Nebraska, right now under a tornado warning that is currently radar indicated. This tornado warning goes until 6:15 p.m. Central Time. And so again, while we run through these, just don't be scared, be prepared. It's kind of a line that we've been kind of using in the weather community. There's no need to be scared. These things happen. You just got to be safe. You got to be prepared for this kind of stuff to happen. Make sure to have a weather plan in place. But if you're in O'Neill, Nebraska right now, you should be taking cover at this point. There is a tornado warning until 6:15 for the next 45 minutes. It's moving to the northwest at 26 miles per hour. Also 1-inch hail being picked up by Doppler radar. Let's go ahead and look at the velocity on this. There's not a whole lot there, which is good news if you're in O'Neill. If you're in Inman as well, please be taking cover as well. So that's in northeastern Nebraska. So that's kind of the northwestern end of this. Basically, to illustrate this here, we basically have a low pressure that is just spinning over this area. And as it does, it's causing these spin-up cells with tornadoes. And that is why we're getting a bunch of these individual tornado warnings along with this line as it makes its way to the northwest, and to the northeast. So that is the culprit of this activity. Let me look here. Quick. All right, let's go ahead and clear this. Let's run through some of these other tornado warnings. We had one earlier in Norfolk, Nebraska. Now we have basically this one particular cell that could have multiple spin-ups within the cell. So this one, if you're in Clarkson, Stanton, Nebraska, Pilger, Lay, if you're in any of these areas in northeastern Nebraska, please be taking shelter at this point, as this is an observed tornado. The purple box you see, that is where we have the confirmed tornado in northeastern Nebraska. This is just southeast of Norfolk, and it's making its way to the northeast. For people wondering about the tornado threat in Sioux Falls at this point, it's fairly low. However, so it's under, Sioux Falls is under a 2% tornado risk, and but the thing about that is 2% was also the case September 10th, 2019. That was the night that we had 3 EF2s in Sioux Falls. So not saying that's going to happen, but just saying that a 2% tornado risk, that's what can happen. And so a lot of people say 2% is nothing, but there's always a chance when there is a tornado risk. So just got to be prepared, be safe, be vigilant, and just pay attention to what's going on, and we're going to bring you the latest. Farther southeast here in Nebraska, Prague, North Bend, Hooper, Scribner, Ewing. Might be botching some of these names too. Just bear with me. Hooper, Winslow. This is a confirmed tornado, unfortunately. And you can see on radar, that is a massive hook right here on radar, right there. That is your hook, Echo. Major hook in northeastern Nebraska. So that is a very dangerous situation down there. So if you have any folks down by Hooper, Nebraska, or just southeast of Norfolk, kind of in between Omaha and Norfolk, Nebraska, I guess just let them know and try to get them into shelter. And again, we have, luckily this one is way to the south. Don't have to worry about in our neck of the woods, but if you have any family south of Omaha, kind of in between Kansas City and Omaha, there is a supercell that has a tornado warning on it. It looks pretty mean looking, so that one will probably be going for a while. So if you have any family over in that direction, please let them know. Again, looks like this cell too down by Prague towards North Bend, this one right here, that's what this tornado warning box is for. That's the separate one that is on this cell right here. Let's kind of go, I want to look through the velocity on this. There's not a whole lot there, which is good. The velocity on this one might be a little farther to the north. Might be kind of in this area. Yeah. Okay. So that is one area. This one up here is obviously, this is the one with the big hook. And obviously, you can see on the velocity right here, that is the suspected area. And that is moving to the northeast. Let's see here. Let's see. Brand new tornado warning. That it's a continuation for North Bend, Nebraska, and Morse Bluff, Nebraska, until 6:15 Central Time. So that is down here, and that is for this one right down here, just south of Morse Bluff. And then this one up here, this is I would say probably the most impressive out of all of the tornado warned storms that we have going on. I would say this one is the most impressive right now. We have other ones though, like this one up here, just north of Stanton and just east of Norfolk, Nebraska. This is a pretty strong signature as well. Right there. And again, a lot of people are wondering with their communities when they will be impacted. I would say, again, southwest Minnesota, Laverne, Worthington, it'll probably be around midnight. According to the latest HRR model run. And so I would say, anywhere around midnight, kind of as you're going to bed. Madison, South Dakota, would probably be closer to 10, 11, kind of in that area, 11 o'clock. Lamar's, Iowa, I would say 7, 8 o'clock, somewhere in there. I would say closer to 8. But a lot of it depends. These storms have been pretty slow movers so far. They're supposed to pick up some pace, but as of right now, they're not moving super fast. Let's see. So that's a little bit of the bigger picture. And again, these storms are going to continue to move to the north. And there's kind of your outline for it. So that is what direction they are going. Chances of tornadoes in Madison. It's not zero, but definitely not likely. Let's see here. Alright, so let's run through these warnings again here. This O'Neill one, O'Neill, Nebraska. Radar indicated still, which is good. Latest velocity, not looking super impressive, which is good. But also at the same time, it is... let's go ahead and switch to this central Nebraska. And again, it's still not looking super impressive, but a lot of it too is it's very far away from all of the radar beams, so that might be a little bit harder to tell. But we'll continue to watch it as it makes its way to the northwest. And again, that one, O'Neill, please be taking cover still. It doesn't matter if it's radar indicated or not. It should be still be in your safe shelter. And it's moving northwest at 30. And the tornado warning on that one goes until 6:15. And let's go ahead and go back to the Omaha radar. And again, guys, this is going to continue to make its way north towards South Dakota eventually. And this one again, Stanton, Pilger, Clarkson, anywhere in and around those areas, please be taking shelter. So you could be getting a little bit of hail too, but the main focus is this observed tornado in the purple warning box. It's moving north at 30, and this one also goes until 6:15 Central Time. And I would say let's go ahead and go into the base of this. My best guess for where the rotation on this one would be towards Pilger would be right in here. And it's kind of moving in this direction. So if you're in Pilger, please be taking cover, but hopefully it misses to the west of Pilger, as it kind of looks like that's going to be the case. We'll continue to watch it. And again, this one is down here. These warning boxes that are kind of in here, these are kind of just along the same areas. So again, if you're in any of these areas in the warning box in northeastern Nebraska, Lay, Clarkson, Stanton, Pilger, please be taking shelter. There also could be another area kind of possibly spinning up right in here. Another area we'll have to watch. Another possible area of rotation. And then as we again move farther south and east, this one down here towards North Bend. Looks like the area rotation most likely right in here. East of Morse Bluff. It's kind of in between North Bend and Cedar Bluffs, and it's making its way to the northeast. And this one is moving northeast at about 30 to 35. 2-inch hail being detected by the radar, and this cell is just radar indicated, no confirmation. However, farther to the north, a separate cell up here, west of Hooper, Nebraska. This one right here, very nasty circulation right here, and this one has been confirmed. Obviously, we don't know if it's still on the ground or not, but you always got to be prepared just in case. As it makes its way up to the northeast towards Scribner, Hooper, Ewing, those areas affected. Get another chat here. Again, for shelters, you want to go try to get to the lowest floor if you have a basement, obviously, and even better in the basement if you're under the stairs. If you have a room under the stairs, that would be ideal. If not, just the basement. Just try to get in, interior room, lowest floor. If you have a mobile home, try your best to get to the nearest shelter. Have a helmet. If you have a mattress, you can use that as well. Just briefly wanted to mention this down here in southeastern Nebraska, an extension of this tornado warning, as this will make its way into western Iowa eventually. This is probably the strongest storm because it's all by itself, and it's only moving at 10 miles per hour, and it has almost 3-inch hail being picked up. So currently we have 4 tornado warnings in effect. The one near O'Neill hopefully is dying out. It looks like it's kind of lost its punch. We'll look at it again here. Yeah, it looks like this O'Neill storm might be losing its punch, but it also could be, since it's so far away from the radar, might be a lot harder to pick it up. And again, that one Still in effect for another 28 minutes. Radar indicated still, thankfully. This one right here, an extension of the tornado watch or tornado warning. Wayne, Nebraska now. Carroll, wind side. So if you're in Carroll, Nebraska, wind side, Wayne, anywhere in these shoals, if you're in anywhere in these particular areas, please be taking shelter at this time. Is this one in effect now until 6:30 p.m. Central Time, moving north at 32 miles per hour, according to radar. And I think we have, let's go back to Omaha here. And so this is the kind of bigger picture of what we have going on. Again, these storms are going to continue to lift off to the north and northeast. Let's go ahead here. So I would say the strongest storms right now are these two right here. These are the main ones that we're watching at this point, as these are both, as of now, still observed, confirmed tornadoes. And there it is. I would suspect that this one is still on the ground, in between Scribner and Hooper. So this one goes until 6:15 p.m. Central Time. So all of our times that we'll be talking about is Central Time. Did briefly want to mention this as well. Severe thunderstorm warning as well. West of Omaha. 1 inch hail, 60 mile an hour winds according to radar. This one is in effect until 6 p.m. And this one definitely has a hail core. Right in here. There's your hail core. So be ready for some hail there. But again, the main focus tonight is the tornado threat. And let's go ahead and pull up the tornado watch again, as it does show up in red. Let's go ahead and show that again. So there's your tornado watch. It does include in counties in South Dakota. It includes Lyman County in South Dakota, Tripp County. Let's see. Looks like Brule County, Charles Mix, Gregory County, Douglas County, South Dakota, Hutchinson, Bonhomme County, Yankton County, and then Clay and Union County in South Dakota. So those are the counties in South Dakota that's under this tornado watch, which goes in effect until 9 p.m. Central Time. So as of now, another 3 hours. And then also Plymouth County in Iowa, to include Lamar's as well. Sioux City is in this. Omaha is in this. O'Neill, Nebraska, Norfolk, Lincoln, Nebraska, Ottawa. So all those areas are in the tornado watch. Sioux Falls, Mitchell, not included in the tornado watch at this time. That could change. I mean, it could get extended, but I think if they were to extend a watch, it would be a severe thunderstorm watch. But we'll see. But as of now, Sioux Falls not in any of this, and it's going to be a while yet. It'll be later this evening before Sioux Falls gets involved with this. So Sioux Falls, you're good for now. But again, you want to be paying attention, because later on it's going to eventually make its way over here. So But as of right now, this is what we have going on right now. Again, eastern Nebraska, tornado warnings. Currently we have 7 tornado warnings at this time. The soonest one to expire is the one down here, southeastern Nebraska, until 6. And here, and again, the setup that we have in place. Let me go ahead and transition here. So again, let's go ahead and illustrate this. The low pressure is somewhere in here. And these storms along this low will make its way north. This will continue to spin up. So that is the scenario right now. That's what's causing all this, is the low pressure system. And that's why these storms got fired up. And again, earlier today, Reed Timmer, famous storm chaser, intercepted a large wedge tornado in Nebraska. Approximately where that was. It was down. Let's see here. It was nearby Spalding, Nebraska. That's approximately right in there is where he intercepted it. So that just kind of shows the danger of this event, what can happen. But the good news is for South Dakota, so I think as this line progresses to the north and to the east, these will they will kind of form a bigger line on there. As it continues to move to the north, there will be a less and less chance of tornadic activity. We still anticipate tornado warnings, but I think as we go on, as the evening rolls on, as they continue to push towards Sioux Falls, I think the threat will definitely go down. We're definitely need to watch these because they might be starting to pick up pace now a little bit. Maybe moving north at about 30 to 35 in that area. We do have looks like a new update. So this tornado warning is still in effect for O'Neill. It just got updated. Still radar indicated. Still in effect for another 20 minutes. Moving to the northwest at 30. So again, if you're in O'Neill, Nebraska, please be taking shelter. Should have already been in your safe place, but Carroll, Nebraska as well. Now under the gun. As first, you're going to get the rain, then maybe a little bit of hail, and then the last thing you're going to get would be a tornado, as it's confirmed at this point. As observed tornado warning box, that's in purple. It looks like the strongest. Looks like, according to the velocity, the strongest area on this storm would be just to the west of Pilger. Please, if you're in Pilger, please be taking shelter. Let's hope it kind of dies out. But hopefully Pilger, hopefully they are taking shelter at this point. Let me see. This one as well, very impressive on the velocity. That's very strong. Would not shock me at all if there's a tornado right now on this one. Yeah, this one goes until 7 o'clock p.m. This is a new tornado warning. So if you're in Ewing, if you're in Oakland, Lyons, if you're in Bancroft, if you're in anywhere in and around these areas, please be taking cover, as this is a confirmed tornado, and probably a big one at that. As again, this velocity is very impressive, unfortunately, and it's going to make its way to the northeast. So there's kind of our storm track for that. Oakland at 6:19, approximately 6:30 for Lyons, Nebraska. So there's your storm track on that one. And eventually this one is probably gonna, that one's probably gonna eventually make its way towards Sioux City. And nothing is really stopping these storms. So for a while here, they're gonna continue on. They're not gonna slow down anytime soon. But like I said, once they get towards Sioux Falls, they're gonna definitely start to slow down in terms of tornadic activity. I mean, obviously Sioux Falls area is still gonna get thunderstorms, but hopefully nothing tornadic. We've been watching this one over O'Neill, Nebraska, and this one thankfully does not look very impressive at this point, but we'll continue to monitor it. And then this one just east of Norfolk, Nebraska, over Pilger. We're a little concerned about this one because Pilger is pretty much right over Pilger. Maybe a mile west of Pilger. This is this area we're watching. Yeah, that's correct. We anticipate the tornadic activity to slow down and die out. By the time it gets to Sioux Falls, that's the hope, that's the goal. I think that's kind of what NWS is kind of with too. That's kind of why they didn't issue the tornado watch in Sioux Falls. But I will say, tomorrow, according to the models, tomorrow could be interesting. Not saying Sioux Falls is going to get anything tornadic, but looks like tomorrow could be more interesting in the Sioux Falls area and points east towards southwest Minnesota, northwest Iowa, as the low pressure kind of makes its way up here towards Sioux Falls. So we'll definitely have to watch that tomorrow. But right now the focus is today, and right now in Nebraska. And eventually it will be making its way up north. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. And yeah, I'd say at this point, this one is the most impressive out of all the storms. This one, the tornado damage threat is considerable. This is, I would say, definitely the strongest tornado. And look at that. I mean, look at that shape of that storm. Right there, that's your hook. That's the area we're watching at this point. Again, Oakland, Lyons, Bancroft, Rosalie. There's a storm track. Yeah, so Lyons at about 640, Oakland at about 625. West of Yuling at about 6:07, you got about 5 minutes just to the west of Yuling. So somebody is asking about Sioux City and Omaha. As you can see on the radar, eventually this will be crossing the interstate within the next hour, I would say. Within the next hour or two, it will definitely be pushing its way past I-29. But at this point, it's still west of the interstate. And then another person asked about O'Neill. We'll go back to O'Neill, Nebraska. Again, thankfully not looking very impressive on the radar, but that doesn't mean that there's not a tornado. It'd still be taking cover if you're in O'Neill, and also if you're in Emmett. And if your area is a little bit north of O'Neill, I'd be taking shelter just in case. As looks like there might be something just north of O'Neill. Maybe about 4 or 5 miles to the north of O'Neill. There could be something right there. Sorry about that. So right there, that would be if there would be a little spin up, that would be where it's at. But thankfully, it is now past the O'Neill area. But I would still remain in your safe shelter until the warning is done. And yeah, this one, like I said, we're gonna have to watch this one. There's a couple of these are probably gonna be long tracked tornadoes, as we've already seen it today. That's been the case already today. So here's that one again, east of Norfolk, Nebraska. There could be there could be 2 different circulations trying to pop up. One area could be right here, in between Hoskins and Winside. That is a potential. But I think the main one is right here, north, a little bit north of the Pilger area. Hopefully Pilger did not get hit by a tornado, as it was confirmed a little bit earlier. So we're watching that. And again, this one though, this one is by far the strongest that we have right now, as that is your area of circulation right there, west of Yuling, Nebraska. And it'll make its way to the northeast towards Oakland and Lyons. And again, this one we got to watch, because this one eventually looks like at its current track, most likely will, if it keeps going, which it could, these could be potential long track tornadoes, but if it continues, it kind of be moving at this direction towards Sioux City. So if you're in Sioux City, you're fine right now, obviously, but you're under a tornado watch. Hopefully you get a plan in place, because it won't be too long before the Sioux City area kind of gets involved with this. Hopefully dies out by then, but there's not really much slowing these down. I notice people are traveling south on I-29 right now. Any activity would be southwest of Sioux City. It is in Nebraska right now, but eventually it will be making its way towards I-29 in the next 1 to 2 hours. As these storms are moving 30 to 35 miles per hour. While we have a moment here, let's go ahead. Let's bring this up here. Hold on a second. So right here. So this was earlier today that we were talking about, and we made a post about it. There was, leading up to this, there was a severe weather risk, marginal risk, as you can see for the area shading in green, kind of on the outlining the main risk. The yellow is where we have the slight risk, which includes Sioux Falls, Mitchell, Winter, Sioux Center, Storm Lake, Spencer, Valentine, Carroll, that kind of these areas. Then the areas shaded in orange is where we have the enhanced risk. So that is where we have the enhanced risk, and that is the greatest threat of storms. And again, as it continues to progress to the north, once it gets past Yankton, Wagner, it should start to lose a little bit of its punch. It'll still be a line of thunderstorms, but again, we're hoping that it's not as severe as it makes its way farther to the north. Springfield, South Dakota. We definitely need to be watching because there is a new tornado warning. Still in Nebraska. Includes Bloomfield, Waza, and Lindy, Nebraska until 7 p.m. Central Time. And there's your tornado warning box right here. If you're in Bloomfield, if you're in Waza, if you're anywhere a little bit southeast of Springfield in Nebraska, please be taking shelter at this point. There is a new tornado warning that is now in effect. This one is radar indicated. It's not confirmed, which is good news there. Hopefully that continues. The nature of these storms, we have quite a bit of a history of some tornado warnings with tornado touchdowns. A lot of confirmed tornadoes already in Nebraska. Let's go ahead and bring the radar back up. Actually, first, did want to point this out too briefly. Here is our tornado risk heading into today. So basically where all these warning boxes are right now, they're under the 10% or a little bit of the 5%. So the 10% in Nebraska here in yellow, Norfolk area, O'Neill. But again, as you see it, as they make their way farther to the north, it's 5% in this darker shaded color. Wagner, Yankton, Sioux City, and then Sioux Falls in the 2% in the lesser risk. But there's your tornado risk for this evening, for tonight. So we'll continue to watch that area, those areas. And again, we're kind of getting into a territory where it might be a little bit harder to see these storms. Let's go ahead and switch to Sioux Falls radar. For this one, we really need to start paying attention to this one in particular right now, as this one is now This one is getting close to the Missouri River on South Dakota-Nebraska border. Right now, it is currently over Wassa and Bloomfield. And the suspected area of rotation would be right over Bloomfield right now. Please be taking cover. You're in Bloomfield. Right there. That is your suspected area of rotation, and if there was a tornado, that's where it would be. Hopefully there's not a tornado right now, but if there were to be one, it would be right there. And there's the velocity. So again, reds, basically how we dissect this, reds going away from the radar, greens going towards the radar. And so that is where we have rotation over Bloomfield, Nebraska. And it's moving northwest. Again, this one, thankfully, right now is just observed, but it was just issued. We do have another new, looks like, and again, the one over O'Neill. We're still keeping an eye on this one over at O'Neill. But this one will be expiring in 1 minute. We'll see if this one gets extended or not. There's a possibility, but as of right now, O'Neill, I would say at this point, O'Neill, you're in the clear. This tornado warning will expire very shortly, and it's past O'Neill. So if you're in O'Neill, you are in the clear at this point, which is good news. I'd say Norfolk, Nebraska as well. You're in the clear now, which is good. Plainview, you're in the clear now. Creighton, you're in the clear. Verdigre, you're in the clear. Some of these communities are good now. There's a big picture. So again, Brookings, South Dakota, probably towards midnight. That'd be my guess. Somewhere around midnight, 1 a.m. And they should be died down by now. By that point, once it gets up to the Brookings area, should be calming down. But I would say Sioux Falls is right on the edge of, will we see a little bit of tornadic activity or not? Sioux Falls right on the edge of it. So I would say at this point, we'll just have to wait and see. But Sioux Falls is in the clear as of now. And as of right now, it is bad in northeastern Nebraska. We have confirmed tornadoes on the ground in Nebraska. Where exactly? Southwest, let's see. This one is just radar indicated. In Wayne, Nebraska, Wayne, Pilger areas, Carroll. As of right now, it's radar indicated. But if you look at the velocity, there could be something popping up right here, just south of Wayne, and it's moving towards Wayne. So if you're in Wayne, Nebraska, please be taking shelter. If you're in Winside, please be taking cover. You're in Carroll, Shoals, please be taking shelter. Pilger, please be taking shelter still. Still in the tornado warning, and not yet in the clear. Stanton, I would say you're in the clear at this point from that storm. As we kind of zip down the line here. This one is probably the most intense one that we have going on right now. as you can still see a hook on this thing as it makes its way towards Oakland and Lyons, Nebraska. And latest sweep of the radar, what we're looking at here with this, right there. That's your hook, and it might be starting to become rain wrapped as well. I don't know if this is just radar clutter, but this, let's see, as we zoom in. This could be a donut hole on the radar. Hopefully not, but this could be starting to rain wrap, as it still has a very strong, a pretty strong area of rotation right here. And that, yep, those brighter greens, brighter reds, that's what we're looking for.
05463.
Are they northbound from that intersection?
That's correct.
So this one might be becoming a little more dangerous. Again, it's still a little ways down in Nebraska, but it's moving northeast at 25. So it's kind of slowing down, and it's kind of becoming rain wrapped, according to the radar.
372J.
And there's the storm. There's your storm track.
Southbound field there in Trips to make contact with us.
Oakland, Decatur at 706. Oakland at 628. Here's another tornado warning. It's further south in Nebraska. This one would not shock me at all if it developing a tornado. Kind of see that inflow notch right there. That could be another area of tornadic development. Let's see here. Let's see. So in this one, if you're in Nickerson, if you're in Hooper, Winslow, Ewing, please be taking shelter. Again, this is our spot on this storm. And this is in, let's see. This is in Dodge County, Nebraska, the area we were watching for tornadic development possible, right in that area, right there. So we'll continue to watch that. Far to the south, want to mention there's more storms developing in Kansas, all the way down to Kansas. There's tornado warnings down here south of Nebraska City, heading into Iowa. This one is a supercell. That one could be long-tracked, long-lived. So we have tornado warnings currently in Nebraska and Missouri. There's one in Missouri. The rest are all in Nebraska. Also wanted to mention there is one severe thunderstorm warning. West Point, Dodge, Scribner, North Bend areas till 6:45 p.m. Central Time. Damage threat is considerable. 60 mile an hour winds and hail, 1.75 inches in diameter. About golf ball sized hail. Again, I think the strongest tornado I think is on this one right here, just southwest of Oakland. Oakland, you don't have much time. You got about 9 minutes. before it gets into your community. Lions at about 6:45, 6:47. And we're going to have to continue to watch that one as well. This one, brand new tornado warning that just came out. Includes Wayne, Nebraska and Laurel, Nebraska until 7 o'clock Central Time. And this one moving north at 20, radar indicated rotation just issued from the National Weather Service.
Hotel, set your buttons.
So yeah, Wayne, Laurel. Let's throw Dixon and Concord in there as well. Please be seeking shelter. Let's maybe try to get into the storm a little bit. See what we got. Yeah, just south of Wayne, Nebraska. Right there. That is your area of rotation. For those of you who are just tuning in, this is live coverage with T-Storm Chasers. Doing some live coverage of tornadoes in Nebraska that are making its way north towards the Sioux Falls area eventually. More so short term, just making its way into South Dakota within the next hour or two. But right now, Wayne, Nebraska is a concern. Carroll, Nebraska, please be taking cover as well. Bloomfield, another area of concern, and points just to the northwest of Bloomfield. And then farther south, this one is, we're really watching this one too, in between West Point and Oakland. Right in here, as that will make its way to the northeast as well. Again, Oakland, we're pretty concerned about Oakland, Nebraska. Got about 6 minutes to get to your shelter for most likely there is a tornado on the ground still. Even if there's not, still be taking cover. But hopefully it misses to the west of Oakland a little bit, so it doesn't affect the town. And it kind of looks like that could be the possibility. Could be what will happen. They could just barely miss Oakland. But that is, I would say that's the strongest one of concern. Brand new tornado warning now for Wayne, Nebraska, Windside, Nebraska, and Carroll, Nebraska until 6:30. That one is okay. That's a continuation. This is the brand new warning right here that now includes Dixon, Concord, Allen, Wakefield, Nebraska. Anywhere in these areas, please be taking shelter. And we were just talking about Dixon and Concord a little bit ago. And yeah, this is your circulation right over Wayne, Nebraska, right here. And that is the area we're watching. And again, making its way to the north and northeast at about 25 miles per hour. We had an update on this one. Yep, so this tornado warning remains in effect until 7 p.m. Radar indicated still. Eventually will make its way to Springfield. So if you have anybody in Springfield, please be getting ready to get into your shelter, just in case. Can't mess around tonight. If there's any tornado warnings near you, just be safe. Just take shelter. Be better to be safe than sorry. And yes, the warning that was for O'Neill and points north has been allowed to expire, which is good news. So that's the cell right there died out, which is good news. Could always refire back up again. We'll keep an eye on it. But as right now, right here, this is what we have currently in Nebraska. And this one in particular about to make its way into South Dakota. Any minute now, probably going to get a tornado warning. Let's go to the Sioux Falls radar. Since this one is kind of closer, Sioux Falls closer to the viewing area, we're kind of going to focus on this one more. Again, right in here, your suspected area. North of Bloomfield, about 5 miles northwest of Bloomfield, Nebraska. That is the area we're watching right now. Is moving to the northwest, and this one actually is picking up some speed. This one is moving northwest at about 45 miles per hour. So this right here. So that is the area we were watching. I'm most concerned. There could be also another area right here. We'll watch it. But again, there's Sioux Falls, well south of Sioux Falls, obviously in Nebraska still. We're gonna keep watching it. Let me go ahead here. There could be a tornado north of Bloomfield, so we'll keep watching it. As of right now, again, everything in Nebraska.
On the cover of your information.
Let's go ahead and switch gears here.
Go ahead.
Go to
Last name Freeman, Frank, Robert, Edward, Mary, Adam, Nora. First name Danica, David, Adam, Nora, Ivan, King, Adam. Middle name Joy. 9/3 of 1990. 9/3 of 1990. She does a past history out of Minnesota.
Let's see here. One second, guys.
Negative 1629.
Alright, so here's a different look here. This is radar Omega. Let's try to find a storm chaser. Looks like there's the storm chasers are on this one southwest of Sioux City. This is Brandon Kopic.
Might have to go a little bit west to get to see in the notch.
Yeah, I think so. It's got a tiny CC ball again.
Oh, that is what we're looking at in Nebraska.
Yeah, I think it might be looking left.
So this is live.
Yeah, we're gonna have to go west to be able to get any
southwest
sort
of Sioux
visual.
City.
I'm going to go up here to not this option. I don't like all the people here. I'm going to go to the next one to Lions and then just head west a little bit plus
here's
get
the
closer to
tornado.
town and give them some
It would be
warning.
in here. It would be in this rain-wrapped core. There could be a trend.
Still
later
a
on.
large tornado back in the rain, guys.
They would most likely be rain-wrapped. So we're kind of getting into that situation now. Yeah, this is what we're looking at. Nebraska. One second.
possible second circulation south, maybe.
Possible, but I see an edge on the north side of the precip. I can't make it out, but you can see the sky getting sucked in there.
Yeah, it looks like you can see the wall fall, and then it goes in, and then it looks like there's still a sharp edge.
Yeah, I can still see a very clear left edge back there.
I think it's technically the right. I don't know, whichever way you're looking at it.
It would be the right edge if we were looking at it from the south looking north.
Yeah, I know, because, we have these northwest propagating supercells every day of the week.
That's weird. I don't know if we see anything. Oh yeah, it's starting to clear out a little bit. Still looks like there's a large wedge in there.
Yeah, I agree. Look, CC is picking up again here, too. It is absolutely green out here. I'm going to go just west of Lyons. If I remember correctly, there's a stop sign, but it's clear to go through town without getting held up.
Copy. We've got good data right now, so we should keep an eye on it. Still rain right now. So we don't put ourselves in a bad position.
I agree. Looks like there might be... Is that a second CC drop to the south of it?
I can't tell, to be honest. It might be debris being flung in the RFD.
That's a good point.
Alright, so
This tornado
That's
is
Randy
headed right
Kovic.
towards Lyons.
that's the live feed. He's on his storm down
Copy.
in
I'm going to take
Nebraska.
this west option and just hedge west just a touch.
We'll come back to that. This is the storm he's on. Lyons, Oakland, Bertha, Nebraska. Southwest, I'd say a little bit southwest of Ottawa. That's kind of where these guys are at, and they're following the storm.
1834.
Again, northeastern Nebraska. And there is your areas of tornadic activity. In between Springfield and Bloomfield. And then over towards Wayne, Nebraska, Wayne and Laurel, Nebraska. And then Oakland, Nebraska, Lyons, Nebraska. And then Hooper, Nickerson, Nebraska. And then down in far southeastern Nebraska, Peru, into Rockport, Missouri. That is the current situation with the tornado warnings. We'll continue to monitor these storm chasers as they're out in the field. Here's another
Copy.
one.
We have an escape route north here in just a second if needed.
Here's his live stream.
Copy. Hopefully we should be able to keep an update.
So he's just kind of going through a town right now.
I'm going to tell
So that's his live stream through Radar Omega. So we'll keep an eye on those as we go through the evening, just to give people a picture of what is going on in these areas. We'll continue to monitor that. Do want to show radar scope real quick. So this is our radar scope technology. This kind of illustrates the tornado watch box. So there it is right there from just south of Pier. Chamberlain is in the tornado watch. As of right now though, just nothing.
Could you start me a screen for Michigan at 505 Herman Circle and give me assigned to it so you can 22 and 20?
I much appreciated everybody who has been tuning in and help the journey of keeping people safe. That's just the number one goal here, is to just make sure people are aware of what's going on right now. A lot of people do pay attention, but a lot of people don't. And we're just trying to get as many people to pay attention as possible.
The language barrier was or no?
So yeah, this storm that is just southeast of Springfield, Nebraska, will be making its way into South Dakota here very shortly. And it's about to be the first one entering South Dakota. So we're going to be paying a close eye on that. Sioux Falls is not in any of this at this point again. Sioux Falls is well to the north. Eventually, though, Sioux Falls will be getting involved. To what extent, we're not sure. Hopefully nothing tornadic. But there is, like I mentioned earlier, there is a 2% tornado risk. So it's just part of this whole big line. The low pressure down here. And it's going to, basically that's what's causing these line of tornadic storms. And they're going to continue to push their way north and east. Or north and just north in general. So that is the current situation there. A lot of lightning with these two. Unrated. Yeah, just, if you're anywhere in and around these areas, just stay inside, stay indoors, where it's safe. And if you're anywhere within these tornado areas, just please be taking cover. So that is the current situation. Right now, we just got another person into the T Storm Center here. Our new guy Nick, here to join us, help us with some storm coverage here, and bring you guys the latest. Yeah, so we kind of just went through some radar scope. We're gonna go back to WSV3.
Is that what's sitting right over there?
Yeah, so here I'll just kind of give everybody the rundown here one more time. Again, we just got Nick here into the studio to help the coverage out here. So current situation, we have a tornado warning right now over in between Springfield, South Dakota and Bloomfield, Nebraska. It is moving northwest at about 45 miles per hour. It is radar indicated. Maybe some small hail as well within that. Let's look at the velocity real quick. Oh, let me transition here. There we go. There's the velocity. Current area we're watching, it's pretty broad, which is good. The area we're going to be keeping an eye on right in here. If that starts tightening up somewhere in here, which it might very well do, that would be the area that we're watching for expected spin up. So we're definitely going to keep a very close eye on this, as this will not before too long here, it's going to be heading into South Dakota. Farther down the line, south and east, Laurel, Wayne, Dixon, Concord, Allen, Wakefield, Nebraska. Southwest is Sioux City. Tornado warnings. This one in purple. The purple box is where we have the observed confirmed tornado. That one's in effect still until 7. This one in red is radar indicated. It is pretty broad rotation, which is good. At this point, red going away from the radar, green and the bright colors going with the radar, and that is basically right over Concord, Nebraska. This would be our suspected area of tornadic development. Farther down to the southeast towards Oakland and Lyons, we've been watching this one. This one's been a long tracked tornado, and the tornado damage threat is considerable at this current moment still. So if you're, Oakland, hopefully Oakland missed out on the tornado, Hopefully Lyons will as well, but please be taking cover if you're in Lyons, Bancroft. Even we'll throw Rosali in there. Please be taking cover. Eventually Decatur and Macy in Nebraska. Farther down to the south, another tornado warning we've been continuing to watch over Hooper, Nebraska, Nickerson,
37.
anywhere in these areas.
Hallway, unsecured.
Also Winslow at 643, Craig at 710.
Copy.
And obviously we still have that tornado warning down in Missouri, far northwestern corner of Missouri. Go ahead and use a different radar product here. This is the storm relative velocity. And again, pretty broad rotation still, which is good. But it would be right over here. About 10 miles northwest of Bloomfield. That is our suspected current area of rotation. And again, radar indicated on this storm. And then farther down, again, this is another one we're watching. We're going to have to really pay attention to. Is this one eventually make its way towards Vermilion, Newcastle, Elk Point areas as it continues to progress north. Again, this one's definitely more impressive, but it's also very broad. We don't have a tight couplet at this point. There's your area on that one. We're just kind of running through these. And again, also want to remind everybody that we still have that tornado watch in effect until 9 p.m. Central Time. Let me go ahead. I'll zoom in and let's go through these real quick. Also looks like there is a little bit of an update to the tornado watch. We'll get to that here right in a second. But here's your tornado watch. The updated tornado watch. Chamberlain's still in it, but on the very northwest edge of this watch. Platte, Gregory, Corsica, Parkston, Wagner, Tyndall, Freeman, Yankton, Beresford, Vermilion, Sioux City, Elk Point, anywhere in and around these areas, still in this tornado watch until 9 p.m. Central Time. The update, they took away Lyman County, they took away Tripp County in South Dakota. And then they took out O'Neill, Norfolk, Ord, Columbus. They took out all those areas that were in the tornado watch. A lot of Nebraska was in the tornado watch, but it has obviously progressed past those areas. So they have allowed those areas to expire. Now the tornado watch remains until 9 p.m. So that's the latest tornado watch update. Also want to briefly mention this as well. There was leading up to this for a while, there has been severe weather outlooks. We've posted them on our pages. Marginal risk in green for the green shaded areas, Worthington over to Brookings, over to Huron, over to Pierre. That is the marginal lesser threat. The slight risk is in the yellow. Valentine, Winter, Chamberlain, Mitchell, Sioux Falls, Platte, Sioux Center, Spencer, Iowa, Storm Lake. Those areas in the slight, a little more serious, but not as serious as the enhanced risk, which is level 3 out of 5, which includes, let's zoom in on this, it includes Gregory, Burke, Wagner, Scotland, Tyndall, Yankton, Vermilion, Elk Point, Akron, Lamar's, Kingsley, Sioux City, and also northeastern Nebraska, western Iowa. So that is where we have the enhanced risk, which is still in effect. A little bit later on, about an hour and a half, we'll get an update to this risk map. I'm going to tell them that is the latest there. Nick, you have anything new?
Oh, you kind of said everything that's on there.
So that is, we have a radio as well. It was for updates around the Sioux Falls area. We'll probably need that a little bit later on. As of now, I did want to mention, let's go ahead and bring the radar back up. That tornado warning that was just southeast of Springfield, South Dakota, has been allowed to expire, which is good news. It expired early. It went into, let's see here. It was in effect until 7, and they allowed it to expire early. So that's good news there. Hopefully that's a trend. We're still going to monitor this area, though, just to the northwest of Crofton, kind of right in this area. We're going to continue to watch this area for possible redevelopment. But until then, as of now, no tornado warning, which is good news. And there could be something trying to brew right here. We'll keep an eye on it. Let's go ahead and turn the risk map off now. Reflectivity back. So a little bit of this is starting to creep into South Dakota now. But as of right now, nothing tornadic on the South Dakota side of the border. It's all in Nebraska still. Let's focus in. Again, this is the main one we're watching now. There was a tornado warning earlier in O'Neill, Nebraska as well, but that one was allowed to expire. So right now we're watching this one over basically Dixon, Nebraska, over towards Allen, Concord, Laurel. Go ahead and velocity still showing. Yeah, right over Dixon right now. If you're in Dixon, please be taking shelter. And it looks like there's a new severe thunderstorm warning that's been issued. Good. Bring this up. So this brings it all the way to the South Dakota border. Does not include South Dakota, but it is to the border. So this severe thunderstorm warning goes until 7:30 p.m. Central Time, moving north at 25. It says tornado possible on this warning box. Hail up to basically half an inch to an inch sized hail, and 70-mile-an-hour winds possible with this storm. That is the main one. That is the main storm we're watching at this point now. Is this one? If you're in Newcastle, I would just be taking cover just in case. If you're in Newcastle, Ponca, Martinsburg, Waterbury, if you're in anywhere in those areas that are now under this severe thunderstorm warning, please be taking cover. Newcastle would probably be close to 7:30. And again, we're still watching this one farther southeast. Just west of Ottawa, over Lyons, Nebraska right now. Let's switch radars again here. We're going to go down to Omaha. And look at that hook. Still showing a very impressive hook.
Yeah, that's pretty much textbook right there.
And again, this will eventually be making its way into northwest Iowa. Basically just northwest of Craig, Nebraska. Right there. That is your suspected hook, suspected area of a tornado. zoom.
There's a lot of hail on that one too.
Yeah, this one also, Ewing, Nebraska. There could be another developing hook as well. Right here. We'll watch that one. That one, as of right now, not tornado warned. But with this one, 60-mile-an-hour winds and hail up to golf ball size, moving northeast at about 30 to 35. We'll tune the monitor that.
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Sure. Let's see. And again, kind of just going with this low pressure that we've been watching all day. Let me see if I can pull that up here quick. Do a little bit of behind the scenes work.
441-619.
Because basically this whole system, it'll paint a better picture of what we're looking at for this system. It basically looks like a hurricane through the satellite, which is just the low pressure. It's not a hurricane, obviously. Let's see here. Yeah. Let's go ahead and pop this up right here. If we can here. Let's see. Oops. Just about getting it here, folks. Yeah, right there. Alright, and there it is. So, this is what we're looking at here. This is a satellite view of this system. And as you can see, that low pressure, you can obviously tell where that low pressure system is at. It's in central Nebraska right now, and it's making its way to the northeast. And that is what has been causing a blow up of these tornadic thunderstorms. And basically looks, yeah, like we said, it looks like a hurricane. And it's eventually going to just keep migrating to the northeast. So that is a look at the satellite. Let's head back over to WSV3. That is our main radar product that we use here in our studio. Let's go ahead and update everybody on these warnings. This storm eventually will be making its way up towards Elk Point and Vermilion. Laurel, Nebraska, Dixon, Concord, Allen, Martinsburg, Newcastle, Ponca, all in this area that we're watching for possible tornadic development. And again, it's pretty broad, so there could be a tornado, but unlikely at this point, but it certainly is possible. We also just don't want to take any chances either. Here's a product as well that we use. This is the CC. This basically would show if there is a tornado on the ground. As of right now, according to the radar, there's nothing, but it doesn't necessarily mean there's not a tornado. Here's another look at this. Again, pretty broad rotation. That's what we're watching, all right, in here. Then farther south and east, a huge tornado warning box just issued here. This is a pretty long tornado warning box.
I think it's
This one also has baseball-sized hail, according to the National Weather Service. Baseball-sized hail is possible, and that was basically that was what was being talked about as being possible heading into today. Could be a threat, obviously, with tornadoes and strong winds, but also baseball-sized hail. Now we're kind of seeing that as this storm right here. Let's go ahead and circle it. Right here, over Ewing, making its way to the north and east, baseball-sized hail will be possible. Along with the threat of a tornado. As of now, it's radar indicated. Nothing at this point.
And it looks like they just made it a big one because those storms are just going to keep moving up. They're two very tornadic ones. So
Yeah.
they just added a big warning just to make sure that the people that know to take shelter for multiple rounds of storms.
Yeah. Yep, so this is in between Omaha and Sioux City. For those of you wondering where this is at, this is the main storm that we're watching. Along with farther up to the north and east, this one as well. North of Dixon, Nebraska. We're watching this area as well. Again, eventually making its way towards Newcastle and South Dakota into Vermilion, Elk Point. That's what we're looking at right now. And just keep making its way to the north. And it's moving at about 25 miles per hour, so it's kind of slowed down. Yeah, it's a pretty big warning box. And actually so here's some more good news. They have allowed this tornado warning to expire. The one to the south of Newcastle has been allowed to expire, which is good news there. Hopefully that trend continues, but you know, we just gotta keep a close eye on these because they could very quickly spin something up. And we're still gonna keep an eye on this one, as it's still showing some signs of rotation on it. But it's pretty broad, and I think that's why they canceled the tornado warning. It's a pretty broad area.
Riley, do you want to talk about why a 2% tornado risk or 5% tornado risk is still a pretty big deal?
Yeah, I mentioned it earlier in the broadcast. I can go through it here again. Let's go ahead and bring that up. So here's our tornado risk. This is what we had coming into today. The 10% was down here in Nebraska, included O'Neill, Creighton, Norfolk, Columbus. That was shortly after Reed Timmer. Those of you who know who Reed Timmer is. He intercepted a large wedge tornado. It was about an EF2, EF3, and that was down. That was pretty close to the Spalding area. It was down here. After that, they upgraded this to a 10% tornado risk. But now it's kind of outside of that area. So I would say, as of right now, the worst of the tornado risk is now past us. The worst of it, the absolute worst. But now we're entering into the 5% tornado threat, which is still concerning. 5% is still It's kind of a mid-level tornado risk, and that includes southeastern South Dakota, from Gregory all the way over to Sioux City, and up to Beresford and Freeman. So that's your 5% in this darker color. And then Sioux Falls area, the lighter green is in the 2%. And again, we'll keep going back to that September 10th.
This is Lieutenant, go ahead.
September 10th, 2019, Sioux Falls was under a 2% tornado risk. And Sioux Falls, that was when they had the 3 EF2 tornadoes that came through town. So that is why we take these things seriously, because even though it's 2%, there's that risk is still there, and it can happen. But it's only 2%. I mean, it's not likely, but it's not zero, and that is why we're going to be keeping an eye on it. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that now includes part of the Yankton area. Let's go ahead and bring this up. So there's the warning box.
Blood pressure 148/99, pulse of 83 sinus. We should be at your facility here within the next 4 minutes or so. COVID screening is negative. Any questions?
There we go.
No further questions, we'll direct you upon arrival.
Thank you.
All right, so here we go. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect. Moving north 15-20 miles per hour. Radar indicated 1-inch hail along with 60-mile-an-hour winds. And again, it's radar indicated. The hail core would be in between Crofton and Fordyce, Nebraska. So if there would be hail, it would be right in this area. Go ahead and get back out here. So we're going to definitely keep a very close eye on these two cells right here that are about to head into South Dakota. So Sioux Falls, again, we're looking at probably that 10 o'clock time frame, or maybe a little bit before, maybe a little after. I would say anywhere 9 to 10 o'clock, around there. I'd be pushing into the Sioux Falls area. Let's go ahead and do that for now. Yeah, there we go. Let's see. So we do want to mention this one over Newcastle. They are saying that this one right here, there is a tornado that is possible on this storm, as it eventually here pretty shortly will make its way into South Dakota.
36 left. One Cliff, South Dakota. 46 Edward.
So within this storm, that's about to impact Newcastle, Nebraska. Looks like tornado is possible on this, along with the threat for hail and wind. Basically, Newcastle, please be taking shelter at this point. Even though there's not a tornado warning, still be definitely taking shelter, as we're going to really watch this one very closely. And again, as of now, it looks like the tornado threat has kind of shifted a little bit south. It looks like this area right here is kind of the hot spot at the moment for tornadoes. Basically, far east, southeastern Nebraska. little bit in the far southwestern Iowa.
It looks like that those 2 cells northwest of Omaha, there was a large tornado on the ground there
Yep, and that
for at
was
least a little while.
okay. Yeah, and that's right here, just to the southwest of Craig. Go ahead. This area right here would be the area of a tornado. Makes its way to the northeast. There's Craig.
Full vortex tornado with rain wrapping curtains.
And right there. Yep.
Still indicating a large tornado. So as of this moment, it looks like it's, or actually 30 minutes ago, so
Okay.
3-inch hail with that one, like you said.
And again, Yankton area. Yankton's about to get hit with this thunderstorm. If you're in Yankton, please be inside, seeking shelter. Even though it's not tornado warned, still the threat of hail and wind. And you just never know what the type of environment that we're in right now. You just never know. It could spin up a tornado too very quickly. So you never know. But again, no tornado warning. Also want to mention, this is another product that we use. This is the Echo Tops. So it just kind of illustrates that these Echo Tops, they're pretty high up there. Kind of in the 40 to 50K. So that.
The storms are pretty up high.
Yep. And then here is our hail product as well. Just wanted to throw a couple of different graphics in here. Basically these white areas, the yellow areas, the red areas, that's where we have hail. And so Yankton, be prepared for some large hail that's about to come into the Yankton area at this point. And we said Yankton about 7 o'clock, and that's where we're at right now. And we said Sioux City about the same time, about 7. Sioux City might be a little bit later. Might be 7:30, 8 o'clock before it gets to Sioux City. And then as you get farther north, Sioux Falls area probably around 10. Okay, we have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning now into South Dakota.
Let's
go ahead.
The storm is very windy. There's a strong 70 mile per hour back.
So now the first warning of the night in South Dakota.
Which one?
Vermilion, South Dakota is now under the threat here. If you are in Vermilion, please be taking cover as there is a new severe thunderstorm warning. And let's go ahead and look at this. This one actually as well, it does say tornado possible on this. So Burbank, South Dakota, Spink, South Dakota, Meckling, Vermilion. If you're anywhere in those areas, please be taking shelter at this point. Again, no tornado warning, but tornado is possible on this storm according to the National Weather Service. So please be taking this seriously. This warning, this yellow box is in effect until 8 o'clock p.m. Central Time. Also 70 mile an hour winds and some hail, a little bit under an inch. That is the threats on this storm that is headed right into Vermilion. Let's go ahead and pull up the velocity here. And that's that same circulation we've been watching all the way down since it was southeast of Norfolk, Nebraska. This is that same storm, and it's still showing signs of rotation.
Yeah, it looks like there's a new one for Yankton as well, that area.
Yep. Okay. So good. Thank you, Nick, for that. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning as well. Let's go ahead and switch to the Sioux Falls radar now here. So here we go. We have new counties in South Dakota. So if you are in Scotland, Lesterville, Tabor, Utica, Yankton, if if you're in anywhere in those areas, please be taking shelter at this point. Penny-sized hail. Winds up to 70 miles per hour as well on this. So I would just, even though it's a severe thunderstorm warning, I would still just take shelter. Just don't mess around, go into your basement if you're able to. Even though, we're just in an environment where we can quickly get some spin-ups. So, there could easily be a tornado warning that could be issued any time. If you don't have a basement, just find a nearest shelter. Just try to get into, or if not, get into an interior room on the lowest floor of your home or shelter. Let's go ahead and look at the velocity on here. And it looks like, right over Yankton. There could be something there. A little bit northwest of Yankton maybe, but also kind of right over Yankton right now, kind of right there. A couple areas we're watching for some circulation possibly. We'll keep an eye on it, but as of right now, nothing tornadic over in the Yankton area at this time. Like I said, that could certainly change. So as of right now, the one tornado warning we're watching is again down here. And if you are traveling, I know we had a few comments earlier from people that were driving from Sioux City to Omaha. If you're heading that direction, it looks like this storm is getting close to crossing. It's getting closer to crossing the interstate, basically just to the west and northwest of Ottawa. I can pull a storm track on this. I would say just after 8 o'clock, it will cross the I-29 corridor from basically just west of Ottawa, just after 8 o'clock. Tornado warnings down in Kansas as well. New severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go ahead and pull that up. It is currently right here. Well, in Nebraska, St. Helena, Wynot, or Wynot, not sure how you pronounce that. Obert. This severe thunderstorm warning. Let's see here. Let's see. In effect until 7:45. Winds up to 70 miles an hour. Nickel-sized hail possible.
Yeah, make sure to take any chairs or anything you have outside.
Yeah, any lawn furniture. Yep. Any movable objects outside. Garbages, lawn furniture. If you're in anywhere in these areas, Yankton, Vermilion areas, points north. Yeah. Again, velocity, it would not shock me if there's a tornado warning that gets issued in South Dakota pretty soon. Looks like kind of right over Yankton. That's why we've been saying Yankton, please be taking cover even if there's not a tornado warning. So one area we're kind of watching possible circulation. Kind of watching maybe this and another area farther to the south. Kind of maybe right in here.
So it looks like that tornado that was in northeast of Omaha or northwest of Omaha was half a mile wide approximately.
Okay. So this tornado warning down here, down towards southwest of Ottawa, Nebraska. Apparently there's a half-mile wide tornado. Do you know how long ago that was?
It was about 45 minutes ago.
So about 45 minutes ago. Okay.
So the first probably been noticed now, but
Okay.
talk to any family members you have down there, see if they're all right.
Okay. So this is the one tornado warning that we have right now. Luckily. Again, it's going to continue to make its way towards Sioux Falls. It might be... They're moving at about 35 miles per hour.
They're slow.
They're a little bit slower than you might think. You might think with the... And I know a lot of people today have been thinking about the 1-year anniversary of the derecho. Thankfully, we're not going to see anything like that this go around, but this is more of a spinny tornado event along a low pressure, along a line that we're watching right here. Do it again.
Start posting as well.
Yeah. Yeah, right over Yankton right now. Looks like it's catching my eye. There could definitely be some rotation now, kind of over the Yankton area. Again, please be in your safe shelter if you're in Yankton. Pull up a hail tracker while we have a minute.
Want me to just do it on Facebook?
Might not. It's kind of loading. Trying to maybe depict some hail. That one might be down. But here we go. Here's the line. We're at 7:20 p.m. It's entering South Dakota at this point now. So the far southeastern part of South Dakota. In Utica, Lesterville. Utica at about 7:26. You got about 7 minutes. Menno area at 7:55. Freeman area at about 8:05. So that is what we were watching there. And there is a hail core, looks like, starting to develop just southwest of Yankton. So that's what we got there. As we pan over here towards Vermilion, the Vermilion storm. Vermilion at about 7:29. So we've got about, I'd say 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes or less. I'd say it's pretty much right on the doorstep of Vermilion at this point. So maybe about 3 minutes, 5 minutes. Let's see. Let's bring up the velocity again here. And again, we're really watching this area over by Yankton. A little bit more of a couplet might be starting to develop here just north of Yankton now. Kind of right in here. So again, we'll continue to watch it. Might be a little spin up right there as well. Any new updates, Nick?
Really same
Okay.
good stuff for now.
And you notice it is starting to get dark
Sioux Falls.
in the Sioux Falls area. Looks like it's starting to get dark out a little bit with the storms. But again, just that one tornado warning now that we're focusing on, as it eventually will make its way, as it will cross the I-29 interstate just west of Ottawa and just northwest of Ottawa. New tornado warning in Missouri. Again, this one's been a fairly slow mover. This one's only moving northeast at about 20 to 25. Yeah, we'll continue to keep an eye on it here. Yeah, let's go back up here to the South Dakota storms. Again, Vermilion and Yankton, those are the areas that we're concerned about at this point. that is our areas that we were watching. Let's see. Anything new in the velocity? Yeah, we're really getting a little bit concerned north of Yankton a little bit for possible circulation. Kind of right in here. We'll keep an eye on it, of course, but thought I mentioned that. And also down by Vermilion with this earth thunderstorm warning. Tornado is possible on this. As it makes its way into Vermilion. There also might be a little bit of a spin up trying to get going kind of south of Elk Point a little bit. Kind of right in here. If you're in Elk Point as well, please be taking cover just in case. And again, we're going to continue to also watch this one down here west of Ottawa. This is the only active tornado warning that we have, like, anywhere close to our area. There's other ones down, as you can see. There is other ones down in Kansas and Missouri and the southwestern corner of Iowa. So this is kind of some other activity farther south. So if you have any folks, Nebraska City to Kansas City, anywhere in and around those areas, make sure and let them know what's going on. But again, this is the one tornado warning that we're keeping a close eye on. Yeah, let me know if there's any tornado warnings that pop up in South Dakota here in the next few minutes. I was gonna take a minute here while we go by. Trying to see if there's any chasers maybe down by the South Dakota border, but I'm not seeing any. Let's see. Yeah, these guys are still on this.
Start.
Wow, look at this. This is the back.
I'm coming back north. I'll take the east option to the north.
Continue to pop in and out of that. We have a new tornado warning. New tornado warning now. I believe on a separate area of concern. Let's go ahead and switch radars once again here. Because eventually this is going to make its way into northwestern Iowa. So that's why we're paying attention to this as well. This one right here. Ottawa. If you're in Ottawa, if you're in Blencoe, Tacoma, Turin, Castana, anywhere in those areas, please be taking cover at this point. New tornado warning. Let's see here. And this one, radar indicated as well as ping pong ball size tail possible. This one in effect includes Ottawa, Tacoma, and Glencoe, Iowa until 8:15 Central Time. And again, what we're looking at down here, it's right over Tacoma right now. Circulation would be right somewhere in there. And this is about to cross the I-29 corridor here. This is I-29. Within the next half hour, it'll be crossing I-29. Looks like new severe thunderstorm warning right over Sioux City. So now we got Sioux City involved with this. Sioux City is now under a severe thunderstorm warning. I'm going to make a text to one of my family members that lives down right where this warning just got issued here.
Do you want to post for that one?
Yeah.
Is closed from 264.
Left road 223. First on 14 said they'd be leaving here shortly, so you'll probably have a couple headed out in about 4 or 5, Mike.
Yeah, pretty nasty storm headed towards Sioux City now.
Hey, it's not going to drive when he's still with those. We're going to be today.
So this new warning, tornado is possible on this one.
All units are going to be 10-8.
Good work.
10-4. Can you possibly give Tom Grass recovery sobering living a call
Let's
on
see
the bill
here.
if he does show up to notify us?
Yeah, so this cell right here, this storm just south, basically right over Hubbard, Homer, headed into Jackson, Sioux City, North Sioux City, eventually making its way to Jefferson, Dakota Dunes, now involved with this. Tornado possible, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, if you're in anywhere of these areas, please be taking cover at this point. As again, no tornado warning, but a tornado is possible on it. And the hail core associated with it is kind of developing as well. We'll briefly touch on that right here, right over Hubbard. So if you're in Hubbard, probably experiencing very heavy rain as well as hail. And again, thankfully, no tornado warnings on the north side of this system towards South Dakota. That could change pretty quickly, so we got to keep an eye on it. I do want to go back up here. Let's check in on the velocity by Yankton and Vermilion. We'll go through the velocity on some of these here. Yeah, looks like something trying to spin up just to the east of Utica. Right there. About 5 miles to the east of Utica, right over Highway 81. Looks like that would be a suspected area of maybe a spin up. Farther down to the south and east here. Vermilion area. Maybe something, but maybe something right over the city. So again, just please be taking shelter just in case. And then also down here, just west of Sioux City, southwest of Sioux City. Could be something trying to get going here, right in there. There was a new tornado watch that was issued parts of Kansas and Missouri. So if you have folks, just want to briefly touch on this. If you have folks by Kansas City, Topeka, areas north of them, St. Joseph area. If you have anybody in that area, I guess let them know. There's a new tornado watch. Let's do another velocity product here. Yeah, right over here. This is where there would be a possible tornado. So we'll keep an eye on that. There could be a couple of other areas up here. One kind of by Vermilion, another one right kind of by Elk Point of just maybe a little bit of rotation. And then up towards Utica, right here. You see that right there, Nick? There might be something trying to get going here. Just to the northeast of Utica. Keep an eye on that. Also could be another one. Could be multiple spin-ups too. But we'll keep an eye on it. As of right now though, no tornado warnings near South Dakota. We just have this one right here that we're focused on. Again, is Ottawa. We're pretty concerned about the I-29 corridor. People that are driving south right now on I-29. Basically in between Whiting and Mondamin. Basically, if you're anywhere in between those areas, please be on the lookout for a possible tornado, as it's radar indicated, moving northeast at about 30. And again, the area we'll be watching right in here, kind of right over Tecuma. So I'd say Blencoe, yeah, about 755. Turin at about 812. Ottawa, same thing, about 810. So this one, that would be that. Let's go. I would say at this point, let's go ahead and look at activity. Yankton, I would continue to stay in your shelter just in case. Looks like Yankton's still kind of in the middle of this area of storms. Elk Point to Vermilion. Actually, looks like they. Was there a warning for Elk Point? Elk Point. I thought there was, but I guess not.
Doesn't look so quite yet.
Yeah.
That one over Hubbard right now might move into Elk Point, the Elk Point area. Try to make something in there. But as of now, I don't think Elk Point's had one quite yet.
Okay. I know that's where Braden lives. And another member of our team. Okay. So again, no tornado warnings at this point. The only exception in our area would be again basically southwest of Ottawa, moving towards the Ottawa area. I-29 is about to be impacted by this. They're under a tornado warning. Again, from basically Whiting to Mondamin. Let's go ahead and, if you want to look at the Omaha radar one more time here. Yeah, I mean, nothing's really stopping this, I don't think. But it also doesn't look super impressive. It looks pretty... Luckily, it doesn't look very impressive at this point.
kind of a big line instead of an organized center.
Yeah. So we'll continue to monitor that, but as of right now, radar indicated tornado. Again, if you're in Ottawa or anywhere near and around those areas. Any new reports?
No, same old, same old.
Okay.
These storms are just kind of slowly.
Let's go back to that chaser feed here. I think it's important that people see that. This it's kind of hard to see there. There is another one that we can look at here. Here's another look.
Yeah, this storm seems very outflow dominant, folks.
Getting some heavy rain. Keep an eye on that. But I think it's kind of the story as it starts getting more darker, as these things kind of maybe become a little more rain wrapped, might be a little bit harder to see these things. I've noticed the quality of the live feeds have kind of gone down a little bit. So let's go ahead. Let's go back to this other one. Here's the main radar here. Switch to Sioux Falls radar. Let's actually take the radar off just for 1 second here. So here's all of our warning boxes across the area. Basically from Kansas, a little bit of Missouri, a little bit of Nebraska, southwest Iowa, and up towards western Iowa, eastern Nebraska, northeastern Nebraska, and now southeastern South Dakota getting in on this. Again, as we look through these warnings, so this for Thursday morning that is currently in Yankton County until 7:45. So in another 5 minutes, we'll see what they do with this. It's moving north at 35 to 40, 60 mile an hour winds, hail about maybe penny size. And then this one down towards Vermilion. Been watching this one. Centerville at 810 is the storm track. Moving straight north. This one, again, tornado possible on it, but no tornado warning yet. It's moving north about 30 to 35. 60 mile an hour winds and maybe quarter sized hail possible. New tornado warning in Kansas. Looks like Kansas again. Kansas gets hit hard again, it seems like. I think it's 3 straight days. Alright, let's pull up the radar now. So as of now, again, no tornado warnings. And it does kind of seem like these cells might be starting to die off a little bit.
Yeah, they're just jumbling together. Just a mass of warnings by Wakanda.
So that might be some good news for South Dakota.
These are the ones that are supposed to hit us later.
So yeah, I would say this stuff down by Sioux City is probably going to be the activity that will eventually hit Sioux Falls later. That's down here. It's making its way through Sioux City right now. It's moving straight north. So eventually it'll make its way into Sioux Falls in the next couple hours. And again, these are pretty slow movers. Again, this one is the main concern. Go ahead and switch radars again. Focus on this one again. And again, this one doesn't look super impressive. Which is good news, obviously. Pretty, not a whole lot there, but you just never know. You know, maybe farther south down here might try to maybe hook something right in here. But
and it looks like a lot of these warnings over here are about to expire in about a minute.
yeah. Oh. I'm not sure what happened. Second here.
Still on the street. Really? Still on it.
Okay, there we go. I think I got it now.
Position 2001, southwest Coca-Cola for Hullabaloo. 247 King 94, in unit position 2001, southwest South Avenue, and Coca-Cola for Hullabaloo.
That severe thunderstorm warning that was in the Yankton area, north of Yankton, that one has expired.
There's another warning under it though that got issued about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
I'll put that on this. This was critical here to control every social account.
I still think there might be something trying to sprout up. Basically east of Lesterville. Maybe in here. And maybe kind of, this maybe turns more into a Boeing line. This one is also catching my eye a little bit east of Vermilion. If you look at the velocity, yeah, right in there, Nick.
Oh, here we go. East of the river? Over here? Oh, okay. Got a new warning on it. Severe thunderstorm.
Okay. So there is a new severe thunderstorm warning then. Yep. Also down towards Sioux City. That's another one too. Yeah, right over, basically right in between Jefferson and Sioux City is kind of what we're looking at now for this other area. I think this would be a good time to show the model run again. To show what time it'll get here about Sioux Falls. And again, we've been saying it. Sioux Falls area 9 to 10 p.m. somewhere in there.
Yeah.
So for anybody asking about Sioux Falls, I know there's a lot of you. Yeah, while we have a moment here, let's go through. I'll briefly touch on this new warning. New severe thunderstorm warning over Spink, Oak Point, Jefferson, Westfield, Akron, Sioux City. Pea-sized hail, wind up to 60 miles an hour. Doesn't say tornado.
That's good.
So the new one is in effect until, it includes Sioux City and Dakota Dunes until 8:30. Against this particular this one right here. And the area we're watching down by Jefferson, this right here, this area of red, this is the area we're watching for this storm. Another area again that we're watching is just a little bit east and northeast of Vermilion. There could be something trying to sprout up here. We'll keep an eye on that as well. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and show the model run. Let's go ahead here. Let's see.
Starting to hear some thunder out here.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Let me see here. Let's get it figured out.
I'll grab our water.
Okay. Yep.
He's got help on the way. I'll be turned. Level 1950.
See this here. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, there we go. So here's our product that we have here. It is a model run to kind of show the timing of this stuff. So this is about, I would say, about 9:30, 10 o'clock, I would say. Although this does say 11. I mean, it'll still be lingering in the Sioux Falls area at about that time, but it'll be heading into Sioux Falls at about 10 o'clock, 9:30, 10 o'clock, I'd say. So we still got a while yet. But yeah, there it is. That line of storm is just going to continue to make its way north towards Sioux Falls. So, and yes, T area, we just heard some thunder. So there is some thunder out there, which is kind of crazy that you can hear that far away already. But, there's a look at the model run about midnight, and as you can see, basically from Huron over to Brookings, down to Madison, Pipestone, Worthington, Sibley, Spencer, at about midnight, this huge line. And we'll see. And again, the tornado risk is still there at this point. We'll see what happens with that. I would say after 9 o'clock, though, the tornado threat should start to diminish, which is good. But you just never know. So that is the model run, and then it makes its way farther. Maybe Marshall, Minnesota at about 1:30 in the morning, if it holds its strength. But again, Sioux Falls area, right there, about 9:30, 10 o'clock. Let's go ahead and go back to the radar here. So here's Sioux Falls. Nothing at this present moment. But as you go down to Yankton, Vermilion, Elk Point, Sioux City, those are the areas we were watching right now. Right here, this is what we're watching currently. Nick, anything new?
No, it doesn't look like it.
Okay.
Yeah, they just keep moving slowly.
Yep. I wanted to throw this in here again here. This is the current satellite picture. So this is basically, it looks like a hurricane. It's not. It's a low pressure. So, and this is the storm that is causing all these issues, as the low is in central Nebraska and it's making its way to the northeast towards Sioux Falls eventually by tomorrow. Let's see. So that is our current situation. This low pressure will continue to make its way to the northeast towards the Sioux Falls area. And that is what's causing these storms to fire up along it. And yeah, I mean, it's pretty interesting looking. So let's go ahead and go back to the radar here. And again, Yankton, Vermilion, Elk Point, Sioux City, and Point South along Interstate 29. This is the areas that we're watching right now.
And that those warnings by south of Yankton and on Vermilion are going to expire in about 5 minutes.
Okay.
Oh, we have a tornado warning in Sergeant Bluff, just south of Sioux City.
So we have a brand new tornado warning. Okay. All right. 1 second. We got a new tornado warning. It's going to be right in this area, just south of Sioux City. Go ahead and go through the velocity again. There might be a little spin up here. Northeast of Lesterville. Nick, you see that?
Of Lesterville?
I got it on the screen.
Oh yeah.
See that?
Mm-hmm. Right where it tightens up right there in the red.
Yeah, that's a fairly tight circulation. So we're gonna keep an eye on that as well. Also, we're gonna keep an eye on this as well. Northeast of Vermilion, right there. And again, everything is moving to the north. Yep, there it is. New tornado warning. And this one is moving kind of north-northwest. Yeah, so Sioux City. It looks like maybe part of South Sioux City. If you're in South Sioux City, please be taking cover. I mean, you pretty much include Sioux City as well. If you're anywhere near Sioux City, please be taking cover. Sergeant Bluff, Salix. This is the area right here that we're watching.
Can I look at the reflectivity in Canton real quick?
Yeah, 1 second. This area right here, this is the new tornado warning area. Reflectivity over Canton. There's nothing.
Nope.
Like south of Canton?
A little bit of rain. That's kind of just the leading edge of the line. Any MDs come out about extension of watches? Doesn't look like anything yet. Okay.
Just surrounded.
Okay. So yeah, right here. So this is why we've been watching this, as the tornado threat remains, and it's heading into Sioux City now. Let's get a storm track on this.
16, are you 10-12 with the subject?
Radar indicated. Tornado warning until 8:30 p.m. Does include Sioux City. Radar indicated moving north at 25 to 30. Also maybe a little bit of small hail as well. But yeah, if you're in Salix, if you're in Sergeant Bluff, if you're in Sioux City, please be taking shelter at this point. If this keeps going, eventually we'll make its way into South Dakota. Again, it's looking a little bit, this one looking a little bit more impressive. And again, we're quite a ways from the radar site too, so it's not going to be as tight. But this is the area we're watching right here, just to the west of Salix. And it's moving north-northwest. Again, I still think right here, northeast of Lesterville, it's still showing. Loop this here. Try to see if I can loop this quick. See if it'll work, but I'm trying to see if there's maybe some velocity showing up. But yeah, thank you, Nick, for posting as well. Sure. Might not be able to. I would definitely keep an eye on that, north of Yankton. Let's go ahead and pivot down towards Sioux City. Sioux City's kind of the area we're watching right now. We'll also keep an eye on this. There could be something starting as well. Maybe a little east of Elk Point a little bit. Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on that. See if the other radar's showing anything. Might be blocked by the storms. Yeah, it's kind of same thing. Still kind of showing that. Yeah, look at that. It's pretty broad, but it's there.
There's definitely something there.
So that's the area we're watching. It's moving north-northwest. Moving directly towards Sioux City.
And it looks like the ones by Yankton and I are kind of fading away into destroying
So currently the one warning we have in South Dakota right now is a severe thunderstorm warning. We'll go over to that right now. And it's for Union County in South Dakota. Right over Elk Point. Westfield, Akron, Jefferson, North Sioux City, Dakota Dunes. I would just be taking cover if you're in any of those areas. We also got some new warnings on the Iowa side as well, farther south towards Mobile and Mapleton. Good news is that tornado warning that was near Ottawa was allowed to expire. So Ottawa, while still not in the clear, they're not under a tornado warning anymore. I think, let's see. Again, we'll continue to monitor the situation north of Yankton as well. I still have been keeping an eye on this area right here. Yeah, so the update on Yankton. Yankton, you are in the clear now, which is good news. So Yankton, South Dakota is in the clear. So if you're in Yankton, you are all good now. So that is good news in that area. So it looks like the main area we're focusing on now is just farther east towards Elk Point, Jefferson down to Sioux City. And Sioux City in particular, we're most concerned about at this point, as there is a tornado warning now headed directly towards Sioux City. If you have anybody in Sioux City, let them know. There's a tornado warning headed directly towards Sioux City. And luckily it's just radar indicated, but that could always change. Moving north at about close to 30 miles per hour. So again, this is the only severe thunderstorm warning in South Dakota, in Union County. One second here. Again, that tornado threat is still there. Tornado watch in effect until 9. Let me look at the velocity here and see if there's anything new.
Is that up there by Akron?
Yeah, right here definitely kind of has my eye a little bit.
Right there, like just northwest of Westfield, maybe?
Yeah, kind of Akron, Westfield, kind of in this area. We're gonna have to really watch it. It's pretty broad, but you just never know. It could start to spin something up.
It's crazy that it looks so dark, even though this thing is still lots of hours away.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very dark, and yeah, it's still quite a ways away. So I know we got people as well in Sioux Falls at the Canaries game. I know a lot of people are at the Canaries game the first weekend. So yeah, Sioux Falls again. It'll probably be right when the game gets over is when Sioux Falls is gonna get hit. But again, back to this is where we're really keeping an eye on things. As of right now, no updates. I can check again here. See if there's any updates on this. And there's a tornado warning in Oklahoma now as well. See if there's any updates.
So Highway 81 and 258. I'm actually right south of Salem overpass. It's about a quarter mile.
Let's see.
It looks like 20 minutes ago there was a brief 15-second spin up in
Okay.
Tacoma.
Okay. Yeah, that was farther south towards Ottawa. So the only tornado warning we have right now is it's over, just south of Sioux City, making its way into Sioux City very shortly. I'd say Sioux City probably has, let's see, say about 5 to 10 minutes.
130 and 472 in South Dakota 414.
According to this, shows Sioux City at about 8:20, 8:25. So we're gonna obviously keep an eye on that. Look at some other products here while we have a minute. Yeah, right there. Just east of Sergeant Bluff looks like the area now. So Sioux City might luck out here, and well, we're gonna keep watching it. Is the tornado coming to Sioux Falls? Not at this time. Sioux Falls is still quite a ways out.
Not even sure if there is a real question.
And I'm still, Nick, this one is still catching my,
Mm-hmm. Actually looks like that the green has gotten a little stronger too.
yeah, right there.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, this is southwest of Viborg, and it's moving northwest. So we'll continue to watch it. It's still, is this still in the environment? It's still in the tornado risk. Let me make sure the volume's good here. Okay. Yeah, this too, just west of Akron, Iowa.
Mm-hmm.
This is another area we need to monitor.
There's not a ton right there right now.
Yeah. And again, this area right here is just northwest of Irene. You got basically you get your brighter greens, brighter reds. That is the area where we look. Pan down. They updated the tornado warning as we hear some thunder.
461 LA2, 923.
Still radar indicated tornado until 8:30. Moving north at 25 to 30. Still heading into Sioux City. And it'll be very interesting to see if they extend that warning. And again, the area we're looking for right there. You get the brighter colors, the contrast of colors. That is what this product shows of possible circulation.
So it looks like all of these warnings will expire in about 16 minutes.
Yeah.
So that's good.
So it looks like as of now, past 8 o'clock here, looks like as of now the tornado threat has kind of went down everywhere, which is good. But it could still change very quickly. So we still got to really keep a close eye on things. And again, we're not gonna go off the broadcast for quite a while yet, just because there's a tornado risk in southeastern South Dakota still ahead of this system. Going back to this area, you see how these little possible maybe little spin ups. Kind of right in there. Just in between Lesterville and Irene, a little bit northwest of Irene. You see that?
Yeah.
They're like,
It's so broad, like you said earlier.
yeah. Again, this is the main thing we're watching.
I'm kind of looking at Outbreak again.
Yeah. Let's go back into that here.
Because there's a little bit. And then
Yeah, see right there. And
Ooh.
see it kind of tightened up a little bit
a
too.
little stronger.
It would not shock me if this went tornado warn 2 at some point here soon. Also, this strong inflow right here.
I think I personally like to see it just tighten a little more. If
Yeah,
I was a
but there's
forecaster
definitely
waiting to
there's
see it
definitely
tighten
something
more.
there. There's also we're still watching this. There brighter colors. We definitely got to keep an eye on that as well. But I just have a feeling I don't think we're done with the tornado risk yet. Farther up to the north, like up in southeastern South Dakota and northwest Iowa. I don't think we're out of the woods here.
They extended that warning into Sioux City.
They extended the tornado warning? Okay. So we have a brand new tornado warning, and it is in fact an extension of that tornado warning. Now fully into Sioux City and north of Sioux City a little bit. There it is. There's the updated tornado risk. Good. And there it is. So we now have a tornado warning for Plymouth County in northwest Iowa. And 1 second here. So this new tornado warning in effect for Sioux City, Hinton, Iowa until 8:45 p.m. Central Time for about a half hour. also a brand new severe thunderstorm warning as well that we got to get to. But let's run through this. New tornado warning: Hinton, Iowa, Sioux City, Iowa. Let's see any other areas. So basically, Plymouth County and Woodbury County in Iowa until 8:45. Let's look at the velocity data. Yeah, there it is right there, just east of Sioux City. That is why they issued the tornado warning right there. And Hinton at about 8:42 is, so you got some time to prepare, which is the good news there for Hinton. But again, Sioux City, please be taking cover. Hopefully you were already in your shelter. Hinton, please be taking cover at this point, and anywhere near Hinton. South Dakota, not in the tornado warning yet, but we're definitely watching some things. And again, here's the new severe thunderstorm warning as well. Now includes Alcester, Hudson, South Dakota. Includes Akron, Chatsworth, Hawarden, Iowa, Ireton. So this one does say tornado possible. I do want to mention that as well. And that's kind of the area we're watching right, let's see. I'd say right. That was the area that we were watching that was right in here. And that is kind of what we're looking at. And there's the inflow. I mean, it could be multiple circulations as well. There could be one right over Chatsworth too. So if you're, like I said, any of these areas, Chatsworth, Hawarden, Ireton, please be in your basement in some kind of cover. And like I said, I didn't think we were done with the tornado threat. Unfortunately, that's the case. But yeah, as these continue to move north, we're definitely gonna have to keep paying attention. We're also still watching over here in between Menno and Viborg. Again, right there. It would not shock me at all if there was something going on right here. You see that?
Oh yeah.
We got kind of a couplet now. And again, this one ain't tornado warned at this point, but we got to keep watching it. So, yeah, this one is not tornado warned, but we're going to continue to watch it because it's still kind of keeping our attention here. But, and again, this is another area we're watching. Possible tornado southwest of Hawarden, south of Alcester. And again, there might be two areas, but I think what they're watching is this right here. We're going to keep an eye on that. And farther south, the official tornado warning. Over Sioux City, just east of Jefferson, South Dakota. Hinton, Iowa. This one, again, it's moving north at about 25 miles per hour. That one's radar indicated. I don't know, I feel like there's gotta be something going on here. With those brighter colors.
Oh yeah.
See that? though. We need to keep watching that. And then down here could be multiple areas of possible spin-ups.
It's getting a little dark though. They might be a little hard to see.
Yeah. Let's see here. We have reports now that are saying there is a tornado touchdown on that cell. Yep, over here. And this is the one that we've been paying attention to for a while now. And there's a pretty clear couplet there. If you look at the reflectivity, you don't see it there. I mean, there's nothing there. But if you look into the storm, there is something going on there that we've been keeping an eye on for a while. And I think we're hearing reports now that there was a tornado touchdown on this right here. So I would say, just to be safe, Freeman, Marion, Parker, anywhere south of those areas, please be taking shelter just in case. Again, no tornado warning at this time, but I mean, we're getting reports that it was a tornado touchdown. So,
I want to see what radar we're using.
you want to maybe try to find that?
Find
See
what?
maybe if there wasn't like an official report on that tornado touchdown. Yeah, just southwest of Alcester. This is another area that we need to watch too. That we've been paying attention to for a while. This also, it's starting to maybe pick up a little bit of strength, I think. We need to watch that area too. That one, I mean, it's still well south of Sioux Falls, but definitely got to keep watching it. And again, officially, tornado warning. South of Hinton. Right here. And that is why there is a tornado warning on that storm as it makes its way towards Hinton. Yeah, right there, right. It's a pretty strong signature as well.
Yeah.
And yeah, Hinton, Iowa. What is the pop in that town? Hinton population looks like a little bit under 1,000. So that is. I mean, that's still. I mean, it's almost 1,000 people impacted by this possible tornado that's moving right into Hinton, Iowa.
It should be there
Within the next few minutes.
in 15 minutes.
I would say not even. I would say
10, 5, 10.
5 to 10. I would just call it 5 minutes. So anybody that lives in Hinton, Iowa, or knows anybody, please be taking cover. We're concerned about Hinton at this point. Yeah, also want to go back to this one near Viborg. Look at that. That's pretty strong rotation on it as well. There also could be multiple
It just looks
signatures too.
So long. So.
Honestly, a little bit surprised that's not tornado warned yet, but. But this is the number one priority that we're watching right now. Again, just south of Hinton. This is the area right here.
Those severe thunderstorm warnings that were issued a little earlier will expire pretty soon. So the initial tornado warning.
Okay. Let me see here.
Okay, so there's a new severe thunderstorm warning.
New sphere.
Yeah, right. Northeast of that tornado warning. So that storm is severe for now.
Okay. Yep. It now includes Lamar's, and I'm assuming it also says that a tornado possible on this as well. Yep. So yeah, Lamar's. All right. So we basically have to take this as it's a tornado warning. Even though it's not an official tornado warning, it says tornado possible on this on the warning box. So we gotta take it as if it's a tornado warning. If you're in Brunsville, Merrill, Lamar's, Owens, anywhere in and around those areas, please be taking cover. Possible tornado heading towards your area.
I'm just gonna wait for these boxes to clear so it looks just a little bit nicer.
Yeah.
That is ugly. That is an ugly picture if I take that.
1 second here.
Where's your poster?
Could have been a weather spotter that reported that tornado too. I'm not sure.
There's definitely strong. There's something there. But
Oh, here, hold on, here. Second. I was gonna show you something real quick. Just
130.
if we can get radar scope up, would probably be better for the posting the warning.
I don't think we have it on this one. Oh yeah, we do. No, we don't.
No? It's weird. He said we had it. I don't know. Okay. It's just super blotchy, you know what I mean? But might be okay. Should be fine. Yeah. Basically the radar is the only thing we can really use at this point because we don't have any chasers out and it's getting dark really fast, so it's going to be basically impossible to find any kind of tornadoes. So using the radar is going to be the best way for us to basically see what's going on. I will say good news. It looks like this area might be starting to lose a little bit of its punch in terms of tornadic potential. But again, the area we would be watching pretty much right over Hinton at this point, basically kind of right in here. They updated the tornado warning box as well. Just saw that come in. They shrinked it a little bit, yep. So Sioux City is now officially out of the tornado warning box.
That's good.
So I would say Sioux City at this point is in the clear. Obviously, I don't really go, don't go out chasing this and don't go outside at this point, just you get out of your shelter. It's past Sioux City now. Basically heading right into Hinton, and we'll see if they extend this warning or not.
Stream is at 60 viewers.
So yeah, we're still watching this area. we're trying to get any official reporting on this southeast of Freeman if there was an actual touchdown. But there was multiple reports saying that there was, so we'll keep an eye on that.
It's dark and it's in a rural area, so the
Yeah.
reports might be kind of scarce on that.
We definitely got to keep an eye on this too. Southwest of Alcester.
Oh yeah.
As you can see, its projection, it's moving north, and it's still ways out yet, but within the next hour or two, it will be making its way into Sioux Falls. Looks like that. Let's see. Again, this one's still saying tornado possible. The one over Haywarden. Again, this is let's see. This is Union County. This is Lincoln in South Dakota. And then in Iowa, we're looking at Sioux and Plymouth counties. And again, basically, this one, basically treating this as a tornado warning, essentially. Because again, tornado is possible on it. But we're going to continue to watch this. Go through some different products here that we have available. That is, sure. There might be something, you see that right there? There might be a tiny little tornado down there.
Do you want to look at hail?
Yeah. See if the hail pops up here.
It might not be hail normally either. It don't look very strong hail.
I'm not sure why it's not showing.
Maybe there's just no hail. It's kind of weird, but
Let me.
would it zoom out a little bit? No, it's just the graphics not working.
It just won't load. Okay. Maybe we'll come back to that.
We're starting to get to the point now where the warnings are kind of moving out of the watch area.
Yep.
At least that one by Pierceford and Sioux Center.
And yeah, this one's still right over Haywarden right now. Again, Hudson, Alcester, Haywarden, Chatsworth. Please be taking shelter. Obviously, Hinton. It's going right over Hinton right now. Hopefully, they do not get hit by a tornado. We zoom out a little bit. This is kind of the current situation. There's only 2 tornado warnings, I think, as of now. Check broader area. Okay, there's one down, a couple down in Oklahoma. So we got three tornado warnings right now, and one of them is up here just northeast of Sioux City. I'm still kind of watching that. Just going through some different products. So people are wondering about some communities. Nick, do you want to go over some of those?
Yep.
One of them's saying Freeman, another one's saying Sioux Falls, another one Canton.
So it looks like Sioux Falls is still a little bit away from all this stuff. It'll be, I don't know, let's see here. Probably another half hour maybe until Sioux Falls gets any of this. Freeman, it's probably raining a little bit already in Freeman, but that storm, I think, lost its power quite a while ago. It's not warned anymore, so Freeman and Sioux Falls should be fine for foreseeable future.
Yeah, basically for the next hour, I would say in the clear. But I would say within the next 1 to 2 hours, Sioux Falls is gonna eventually get in on this. So
Let's see if it's something. Whatever that is.
but I will notice, since the storms have gotten into South Dakota, they've definitely weakened quite a bit
Yeah.
from when they were in Nebraska, which is kind of what my thought process was coming into this. Yeah, I just wasn't. Just kind of, I mean, the tornado threat's still there, but it's definitely gone down.
Yeah, that's really
But again, the areas we're still watching. Right in this area. Southeastern Lincoln County, Eastern Union County, and then into Sioux and Plymouth counties in Iowa. These are the areas we're going to continue to monitor. Any new updates?
I got you anything.
Okay. New tornado warning in Texas. It's gonna be really interesting to see what happens with this tornado warning, because it expires in 5 minutes.
What I think they're gonna let it do is expire because the rotation weakened quite a bit.
Yeah.
That's good. That means that areas of suburbs and Sioux City and Tinton are gonna be pretty fine.
Yeah. Yeah. So again, we're gonna.
This tornado watch expires at 9.
Yep. So in about half hour, we're gonna get a really good idea of where we're headed in terms of weather here. I will be right back. If you wanna take over just for a minute.
Okay. Yeah, so it looks like these areas, like Merrill, Lamar's, Brunsville, because you're gonna get hit by some wind, some small hail. Let me see here. I think they're gonna let this tornado warning expire, which is good. Rotation weakened quite a bit. I'm not really seeing anything right there. Really anywhere. So it looks like the tornado threat is diminishing, which is great, but you still might see some strong to severe storms here in the next couple hours. As Riley mentioned before, that tornado watch expires at 9. So they haven't, the Weather Service hasn't moved toward really issuing a new one. So it looks like, as of now, the severe threat is diminishing pretty quickly. Yeah, there's not much. There's this cell by Freeman here. That person who asked about Freeman earlier, you guys are about to get hit by some heavy rain, looks like. That's about it. hail, yeah, there's not much hail in these storms. So it looks like to me the main threat right now from these storms is the wind is what making these storms severe. The 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Haywarden, Lamar's, Chatsworth, Hudson will be in your area about next 20-30 minutes. These storms are moving quite slow, 26 miles per hour to the north. So it'll be probably for 45 minutes to an hour till places like Hartford, Sioux Falls, Hills, Rock Rapids, Laverne, Garrettson, Montrose, Canastota, Salem see the heavy rain. Areas like T, Bridgewater, Monroe, Parker, Lenox, you guys are already seeing showers, sprinkles, transitioning to pretty steady rain, it looks like. The heavier stuff, as we said before, is located more in Iowa, in what looks to be Lyon, Sioux, and Plymouth counties in Iowa, and a little bit of Lincoln and Union counties. Actually, I think Union's out of the warning area now, and that warning just expired. And so did the tornado warning, so that's great. Weather Service didn't see enough to want to extend that. Yeah, there's nothing in there anymore. Rotation's pretty much gone. Kansas here. Yeah, so for those who are traveling right now, tonight from Sioux City to Omaha, you guys might hit some heavy rain, maybe some hail. You get to Tacoma or near Tacoma, but that's pretty much it. Just these communities down here in southeast South Dakota, like Freeman, Parker, Lenox, Centerville. Y'all are pretty much, I don't want to be preemptive here, but looks like the severe threat is pretty much gone. These cells don't really look to be doing much of anything but rain. Let's see here, let's check rotation again. Yeah. There might be something, if anything. It's very weak out here by Freeman and Viborg. Not much. As we get down here into Nebraska, that pair of cells that was producing tornadoes earlier, there's really not much rotation in there either. Hail size. There is some hail now developing in Lamar's. Looks like to be between a half and 1 inch. So ping pong, pea size to ping pong size. Probably less than that. Nickel, I'd say nickel size hail in very, very small area, southeast of Merrill. Yeah, Lamar's, just kind of keep watching, see what happens. The storm will be, it looks like it actually, the main part is going to kind of brush by Lamar's. So, Brunsville, Craig, Ireton, Maurice, Strobel. It looks like it'll brush Sioux Center eventually in about an hour, 50 minutes to an hour. But yeah, as of now, everything died down pretty quick. So, what do you think of that? So Laverne might get brushed by this cell on the Mars if it holds. It doesn't look like it's going to be severe when it hits Laverne. but probably some lightning, some thunder. Anybody who goes to sleep at around 9 o'clock might get waken up a little early. But that's about it. Sioux Falls looks like it's just gonna get some steady rain for maybe an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours. This heavier cell by Beersford might move up here, drop some heavier rain, but that's about it. As of now, no tornadoes, no indication of any tornadoes on the ground right now. The rotation in a lot of these cells pretty much is dead. I guess I can check down here in the Nebraska-Iowa border, even down there. There's not much rotation, if any rotation. Yeah, so the risk of tornadoes is decreasing pretty quickly. There is pretty much no rotation in any of these thunderstorms. Might be a little bit of something here in Akron. It's very unorganized, very small. I wouldn't expect anything to come out of that. Yeah, Sioux City had that tornado warning, so there very, very well could have been a little spin up on this side across the Missouri. In regards to the possibility of rotation, the tornado watch is going to expire in 10 minutes. So I would say that the possibility of rotation developing in these storms is very, very, very small. If there's any rotation, it'll likely be pretty weak, too weak to produce a tornado. There might be a funnel cloud, at most a funnel cloud that will kind of wisp in the air a little bit and kind of reach back up into the sky. Yeah, we're really looking at 3 areas here. So this area's rain, pretty steady rain from Platte, for all the people camping on the Missouri River in Platte, or Plankinton, Armour, Parkston, Tripp, Mitchell, Bridgewater, Freeman. Sioux Falls is probably just now getting some sprinkles. Maybe some steady rain on the south side around T and West 57th, 69th Street. You guys are probably going to start seeing some rain here pretty soon. Harrisburg, any Harrisburgers. But yeah, it looks as of now that the threat of tornadoes is decreasing pretty rapidly. So Beersford, it looks like, is going to get it's getting brushed by some heavy rain right now. Hudson, Haywarden, Ulster. It looks like Lamar's, they might be getting some small hail by Lamar's. Let me check the hail map here. Yep, so, yeah. So, normally, if you see, what am I doing here? Okay, this purple here, the radar reflects the raindrops, and the more densely packed, the closer they are, the heavier the rain tends to be. And when there's purple on the radar, there generally tends to be hail in there. So it's picking up the hail and the rain, so it looks like there's some pretty intense rain here. But if we look on the hail map, there's hail in that purple area. So it's pretty small, less than an inch, probably half an inch to 3/4 of an inch size near Brunsville. Hurley, over here by Viborg and Hurley, could be something. Sioux Falls is going to get at most in the next 2 hours rain. These cells to the south don't have a lot of rotation in them, if they don't really have any rotation in them. They're just kind of sitting around here dropping some rain.
Is that a new warning over the Mars, or is that the same one?
That's the same one.
Okay. Yeah, it still says tornado possible on it.
Mm-hmm.
That cell west of Viberg, is that starting to gain some more strength? Kind of maybe doing a little hook. Because it looks like it might be starting.
It
to
looks
maybe
like
reorganize a little bit.
It looks like a little bit of reorganization, but the rotation there is still pretty weak.
Yeah.
Maybe here. We'll keep watching that for people who live around Viborg and Hurley, Freeman. But it just, as of now, it looks like some pretty heavy rain that's going to be going through there.
187.
As of right now, it's 8:55. The tornado watch is set to expire at 9. So the severe threat is decreasing, which is good news. Very good news.
So hopefully the Sioux Falls area kind of skips out on this for tonight.
Yeah, see, it
but
looks.
Again, we gotta watch tomorrow, because tomorrow there's another threat of possible tornadic activity, kind of in the Sioux Falls area, northwest Iowa.
Yep.
If you maybe want to briefly touch on that, or if you want to maybe go to the SPC day 2, maybe just show them that.
Okay. Do I go to the SPC website, or
No,
is it on
you
here?
can pull it up. SPC NWS product, top, very top. There you go.
Okay. Yep. All right. So what I'm doing here is going to show you the risk of severe weather for tomorrow, and this is the tornado risk for tomorrow.
You can pull the radar off too.
The radar off?
Yeah, if you go to NextRad and radar off.
Oh,
Yep.
okay. Yep.
There you go.
Thank you. So here's tomorrow. It's the threat mostly shifts from right here in Nebraska to here tomorrow. So central Iowa into northwestern Illinois, like Davenport, Iowa Falls, Fort Dodge, north of Des Moines. But as you can see, areas here of southeastern South Dakota are 2% risk of a tornado. And now that may seem very, very small. 2% is it's a pretty small number, but if you can remember the 3 tornadoes that hit Sioux Falls on September the 10th of 2019, the ones that destroyed the pizza ranch, that was a day where we had a 2% risk of tornadoes. So if there's any risk of tornadoes ever, please, please, please watch the weather. Just glance at it throughout the day, because do not want to be caught off guard. The worst thing you can do in a weather situation is be caught off guard.
Yeah, kind of our saying is always, don't be scared, be prepared. And I
Yep.
kind of branched off of Ryan a little bit.
Don't be scared, be prepared. That's great. We'll look at the overall severe probability tomorrow. If I can pull it up here. So yeah, it kind of matches the tornado risk. The severe weather threat shifts mostly into Iowa. But if you live here in Union, Clay, Turner, Minnehaha counties in South Dakota, you might want to watch out for that. And then there's an overall risk for thunderstorms for eastern South Dakota, kind of all over the place. So take a look at the day 3 here. Yeah, and so day 3.
Yeah, it shifts way east.
Way east. So we should be out of the clear after tomorrow night.
Yeah.
So we could get
Yep,
back
next
on the
week
radar.
looking a lot calmer, drier, very nice weather, looks like 70s and pleasant.
Yeah. So Let me check on that cell near Viborg again. See if there's.
Yeah, and there's still that just persistent little
It's
spinny kind of
persistent weak rotation.
Yeah. So we definitely got to continue to monitor that.
Yeah, there is. We can hear quite a bit of loud thunder here in T. So
Yep.
if you guys want to look out your windows and watch the lightning show, feel free. It's beautiful, beautiful, beautiful stuff. You can look at that cell near Brunsville again.
We have some new damage photos coming in from our very own here, Braden. In just a couple minutes here, we'll pull that up on the live stream for you guys to see.
So it looks like Braden is based in
Elk Point.
Yep. And he saw some.
Well, I'm gonna ask him here real quick.
Looked like a
We're
grain
gonna get
bin.
some more information on that, and we're gonna update you guys on that very shortly.
So we're looking here.
Yeah, it looks like there might be some trying to get going there.
Something by Akron, but it's pretty widespread. So we'll keep an eye on that for you guys. Yeah, so Sioux Falls
It's creeping ever so closely now.
These storms are moving pretty slowly, 29, 30 miles per hour. And Sioux Falls will probably get some of this, like some of this rain, this heavier rain by Beersford down here in the next probably 50 minutes. But it looks like these storms are kind of moving to the northeast. So Sioux Falls might just get hit by this stuff down here. Actually, never mind. No, they're moving to the northwest. Excuse me. So Sioux Falls might get clipped by this heavier stuff if it doesn't kind of drop off here. Check that base velocity one more time. Yeah, so it looks like that stuff by Akron still kind of hanging on. Not quite sure really what that's gonna do. But this rotation here by Freeman and Hurley.
Yeah, you see that just east of Freeman there. That's what we're looking at. Again, more of a tightening couplet just to the east of Freeman.
And this storm has been producing some slight rotation for what, a couple hours?
Well, not that long. I would say probably the last hour. We've been seeing basically since it came from Yankton. It's just been continuing to progress north, and as it progressed north, we just kept seeing along that band of rain or storms that's at Freeman now. Basically, since it was down by Yankton, we've been seeing a little bit of small circulation. And again, we had some reports earlier. We're still trying to figure out if that's actually true or not. We're trying to get confirmation.
Yeah, we did see a photo of what looked like a grain bin that got kind of pushed over.
Yeah, here, let me see if I can pull that up here real quick. Here, yeah, Nick, I can take over here.
Okay.
I'll try to get those photos pulled up here. Yeah, just bear with us 1 second. We still got the radar view pulled up here. Again, continuation. Severe thunderstorm warning still over Lamar's, Iowa, and Hinton as well. Yep, we're about to get it live here on the. Okay, bear with us 1 more second here. Oh, we got out of it. Hold on a second. All right. Let's see. All right. here it is. A little bit blurry, but here is some damage pictures sent in from our very own Braden Evans. This was, let's see. Trying to figure out where that was at exactly. It was obviously through one of these really big storms that came through. There's another photo as well. So that, let's go over those again here. This one a little bit blurry, but as you can see there, it looks like, what is that? Is that maybe just like a barn, like a really like old barn?
Yeah, it looks like an older structure. Like that kind
And obviously that one, yep.
That actually looks like a hog barn right there.
So that one most likely a hog barn. So we're still trying to figure out where that was at. Let's see here. Here's another one as well. This was in Oakland, Nebraska. Remember we were earlier that storm that we were focused on southwest of Ottawa. That is, look at that, the grain bin.
Yep, grain bin got kind of
demolished.
Pushed in.
Yep. Now I wonder if that was tornado damage or not.
Could be tornado, but that area did get some pretty strong wind earlier too. So
Yeah.
Kind of hard to tell. It looks kind of everywhere. So.
But again, yeah, it's probably the most significant damage I would say between this one and the grain bin getting punched.
And that
And
just
that as well.
shows the power that these storms can bring with them when they're at their peak.
Yeah.
With winds.
So my best guess, this is probably down somewhere northeastern Nebraska, maybe towards like Elk Point area. But again, just kind of gives the viewers kind of a visual of what these storms have been doing in terms of damage tonight. We see some lightning in the area now on T. Been hearing thunder every now and then for the last hour as well.
Yep. It's been kind of inching closer and closer to our area.
Yep.
But
this feature on radar kind of has my attention a little bit, as it's kind of, I wonder if it's going to be like kind of a Boeing, maybe like a gust front type of thing here, as it's about to roll right into Canton.
So Canton, you might see some.
You might
get a little
maybe
windy.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of wind. That's kind of what I'm thinking right here with this kind of Boeing structure right in here.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of just north, so we'll keep an eye on that as well.
Check out.
Let's go back over to this one south of Freeman. Still, still showing that kind of what we've been seeing for the last hour. And farther south. Still got to keep an eye on just north of Lamar's, kind of near Struble. This could be an area right here that we got to watch. Also farther to the west as well. Keep an eye on this area. Could be trying to get some spin ups going. So, somewhere in this general region. Keep an eye on that. There's also more storms down in Iowa too that are kind of moving this way. They're moving north, kind of shooting up north. We'll see what happens with that later on, but yeah. So as of now, thankfully no tornado warnings. But there's still a tornado risk in this area, so we gotta be paying attention still. This warning too is still showing tornado possible. and it's moving north at about 25 miles per hour.
Mm-hmm.
Radar indicated hail about, what was it say, about penny size probably,
Yeah, pretty small.
and then 60 mile an hour winds as well.
Yeah,
So again, if you have any lawn furniture, you go ahead and move that. You have,
threat with these storms has pretty much been consistently wind. Pretty windy
but
these
not
days.
what we saw a year ago with the derecho. You
Yep.
know, it's
No,
more, it's
nothing
way
like the
different,
derecho.
way different, which is good. But again, you can really see where that low is. Let's go ahead and put a loop on this if we can. Kind of have some problems with these radar loops today. So we just got a confirmation on
Those
that.
photos are from Ewing.
Yep. So those photos that we just brought up a few minutes ago is in Ewing, Nebraska. Let's figure out what that's at here. And it was tornado damage. So Ewing is down here, right here. So that's what I, figured, northeast Nebraska area. So that is where we had that tornado damage. Your guess is as good as mine. The severity of that, and was it an F1? We're not sure, but
Yep, gotta wait for the surveys to come back on
Yep.
that in a few days, in the coming days.
yeah. I wish I could show that video of Reed Timmer's intercept. That was insane.
There was a very, very large tornado near Spalding, Nebraska. So that's near Greeley, in Greeley County. There's a pretty large one there. About 5 hours ago.
See that? Again, it's just kind of that same area we've been watching. We'll continue to watch it. I'm really interested. Basically, what I'm thinking here is we're gonna watch and see what happens here with Sioux Falls, and I think that's the only reason why we're gonna stay on here is just because we need to monitor what's going on as it progresses towards the Sioux Falls area, because everybody's wondering, what time are these storms coming to Sioux Falls and what's gonna happen. As it looks like these storms have really kind of weakened out, which is good. We're just going to continue to monitor what happens in the Sioux Falls area. Again, no tornado warnings as of now. See if we can get a storm track on this. Yeah, here we go. So we can get a storm track on this possible tornado. Again, this is the main story as of 9:11 p.m. here. This is the storm track that we have here. Merrill at about 8:48, Brunsville at about 9:02, Craig at about 9:17, Ireton at about 9:28 p.m. That's kind of what we're looking at here with this storm track.
Sioux Falls might just be starting to see some thunder, some lightning that they've been seeing for the past few minutes.
Yep. Yeah, I'm just gonna show Nick this.
Do you want me to get on the screen?
Let's see. Let's see. Anything down here in Akron? Yeah, you see that? These little tiny spin-ups. We'll see if maybe that does anything.
That one in Akron's kind of been steadily growing over the past few minutes. That
Mhm.
cell by Akron.
Yeah. Oh, you see that? It's like cutting you in and out. Sorry about that, guys. I guess our
It looks like it's keeping me in now.
yeah. Okay. Yeah. Just want to say while we have a moment, thank you to everyone who has tuned in tonight with our live tornado coverage in northeastern Nebraska, western Iowa, and thank you everybody for tuning in. We're gonna stay here. We're We're gonna stay put. We're gonna see what happens in the Sioux Falls area. As again, these storms within the next 45 minutes are going to be entering the Sioux Falls region here very shortly. As of now, nothing severe heading into Sioux Falls, which is good news there. And again, there's still that tornado risk, so we got to be, we still got to be on here seeing what happens with Sioux Falls.
Yep. It's small, but it's there.
Yep.
There's definitely a.
And again,
It's not zero.
remember September 10th, 2019, so we got to be paying attention. We got to be on alert here with that. Let me go ahead and pull this up again. So we officially have word now where the storm damage came from. It came from Ewing, Nebraska. Again, definitely some structure damage. This was from a tornado, according to the report. Let me go back here. And then this was from Oakland, Nebraska, a little bit north. More tornado damage outside of Oakland, Nebraska. More damage from tornadoes. They were tornado warned, and they had confirmation of tornadoes on the ground as well, and they caused some damage. So that's a look at the damage reports that we've had, or some of the damage pictures coming in from Nebraska from earlier.
Asking about Yankton and Sioux Falls.
So Yankton, you are in the clear. Sioux Falls, it's going to be heading into the Sioux Falls area within the next half hour. Luckily, though, looks like nothing severe. However, what can we expect in the Sioux Falls area pretty soon here? Well, obviously rain, lightning, thunder, some gusty winds.
Mm-hmm. Slight chance for some small hail.
Maybe, but it's not looking too great right now.
At max P size.
I would say, yeah. I would say, if anything, there could be maybe a spin up, a little tiny spin up. That's why we're here watching it, because Sioux Falls is still under that 2% tornado risk.
Mm-hmm.
So we're still kind of following this.
I'm gonna check on by Akron.
Second here. There we go. Yeah, let's go down south here to. Yep, Akron. Right over Akron. There could be something developing here, and that's kind of why we need to watch this. Right in there. Also could be, a couple other spin-ups too, but according to the velocity, this is where we're showing a little bit of rotation.
Mm-hmm.
Again, we'll continue to monitor that. Also want to point this out. You see this right here?
Struble. Mm-hmm.
Struble.
Maybe some little rotation in there too.
There could be something in this area as well. So yeah, we'll have to pay attention to that as well. So that, as long as we continue to see these signs of rotation along with that tornado risk, I think we're going to stay on here at least for a little while.
Are people in Sioux Falls okay to go to bed?
Not yet. Just because they haven't made it yet to Sioux Falls, so I would say Sioux Falls is not in the clear yet, but it's looking promising for Sioux Falls. Harrisburg, same thing. Like we talked about, maybe a little bit of rain. Yeah, obviously some rains, maybe heavier rains at times, some lightning, thunder. Maybe a small chance of maybe a little bit of pea-sized hail maybe. Could be maybe a little bit of a risk of a tornado. Again, we have that 2% tornado risk that we've been talking about.
I want to check over by Freeman again.
Yeah, let's go ahead and.
That's so by Blackburn.
Yeah, do you see that? It's still kind of spinning, but it is kind of dying out.
It's weakening.
Yeah.
Weakening pretty good from what it was earlier. It's kind of thinning out a little bit.
Yeah, and that just shows nothing.
Yeah.
Adam 16 out of 17, did you copy? Rapid fitness with RP.
It looks like that severe thunderstorm warning was allowed to expire.
Yeah, so that's good. That means these storms are gradually going to
Yep.
kind of slowed down.
Mm. So as of right now, actually, we have no more warnings at this time. We do, okay, if we go down, you'd have to go down just north of Omaha to find a warning. Let's go ahead and bring the Omaha radar up here. So severe thunderstorm warning, Blair, Ottoman, Modell. This is down in Nebraska, heading into Iowa now. 1 inch hail being detected, 60 mile an hour winds as well.
Chat through this. What about Sioux Center?
Sioux Center. Lightning in Canton. Yep. Same thing here in T as well. Well, we'll get Sioux Falls. So Sioux Falls again within the next half hour. It's definitely getting a lot closer. Well, it looks like the strongest part of this system now is right here, over western Iowa now.
Yeah, it's
Looks like that is the most
Nebraska.
strongest part of this. But I'm really interested to see within the next half hour, like, if there's going to be any more spin-ups.
I would just be checking that one by Akron. Really, for any signs of that, because
Yeah. Scotland and Leicester area. Let me check here. Yeah, Scotland and Leicesterville is in the clear. You're all good. Yeah, we can start naming some of these communities off. Yeah, really Parkson, Armour, Tripp, Viborg, Wakanda, Vermilion, Sioux City, obviously Elk Point, Yankton, Hinton. Also Northwest Iowa. Really got to pay attention to Northwest Iowa as well.
Northwest Iowa is where the bulk of the storms are kind of moving over now.
Yep. So I feel like the tornado potential has kind of shifted over into Northwest Iowa.
Yep. And what direction rather are these storms moving?
They're moving northeast. Kind of a north. They're going kind of northeast. Also, maybe watch this one down by Kingsley. You notice it could be starting to maybe form something.
Maybe. I don't really see anything.
It's also hard because the radar is so far away.
Yeah.
Not sure what.
Is there a radar near there?
What I'm seeing is there could be something trying to bow like right here.
Could get some gusty winds northwest Iowa pretty soon.
What?
Lighting show.
Oh, out in T. Okay. Let me see here. 1 second.
All right, guys.
Oh, hey, down by Lennox, you see that?
By Lennox. I don't really see anything by Lennox.
Might be a reach there, but it looks like I would watch it just
By
in
Lennox.
case.
Okay. Yep. So people by Lennox, Canton, Worthing, into Harrisburg, starting to get some heavy rain. Yep. Sound cut out for just a little bit. We were just talking for a second.
Okay.
Um.
Can you take a picture?
Yeah. So the rain
You can find something.
kind of
Well, we can. Yeah, we'll bring-
expanded out here. This is just rain. Like Plankinton, Platte, Armour, Mitchell, Parkston, Bridgewater, Salem, Freeman. This kind of heavy band north of Freeman might be producing some gusty winds. Kind of looks like the wind's kind of pulling it up here this way. But base velocity doesn't really show anything. The rotation, the little bit of rotation that was here a little bit ago, it's dying out pretty quick. This is going to keep moving steadily north. It's pretty slow. It's probably going to reach Sioux Falls in the next maybe 20, 30, 40 minutes. Del Rapids, you should be probably in the next hour and a half. You guys are probably getting some rain right about now. You guys might start seeing the lightning. I know we are in T. We're seeing some pretty loud lightning. But yeah, really all we're looking at in terms of tornado risk was this area kind of by Akron, which we're still watching a little bit. There's not a lot there. It's pretty unorganized. Like there's little pieces of it here, and let me move this over here. Little pieces of it here in Chatsworth, and here in Ulster. I don't know if you guys can hear that, but there's some pretty loud rumbles out there. Yeah, so not much to look at anymore. It's a pretty far cry from what we saw. The gray and red. Okay, so this is base velocity, and these areas here, so the green is moving away from the radar, and the red is moving towards the radar, I believe, and gray is just kind of areas where the air mixes. So like this is normal. This is what you would expect to see around the radar, because this is away, this is towards. So what we're watching for down here is when there's little spin-ups or areas of small rotation in a supercell or a storm in general, there will be little areas where the green and red are pretty bright, and that's indicative of something like a funnel cloud that's trying to touch onto the ground. And that's really what we're looking at down here by Akron, Iowa, in northern Union County, maybe Clay and Lincoln and Turner counties, very extreme parts of it out there. So this is just rotation. This map is just rotation. So let's see here. And it looks like the rotation is weakening pretty much all around the board, even from what it was before. The rotation's pretty much dying. Yeah, the cell by Freeman pretty much lost all of its rotation. There's still some of it. There's still a risk of a spin up out there. Although the tornado watch has expired. It expired 30 minutes ago. So the heavier bands of rain are around Freeman, Lennox, Canton, and northwest Iowa, like Lamar's and Sioux Center. So the overall look of this, it's a low pressure system which functions kind of similar to a hurricane in shape. So it's spinning in the center here by O'Neill and Creighton. This is where the center of the low is right now. And like a hurricane, it has bands that kind of loop around it. It's not a hurricane, but it's a cyclone. It's a meteorological cyclone, and it kind of functions the same way. So these bands are moving north and then north here. So it's pretty sweet. Pretty sweet to see this. And this storm down here north of Omaha that Riley was talking about, let's see. Freeman, it looks like it just passed you. So if you're on South Dakota Highway 18 going east or west, or north going on 81, if you're on 44 going east or west from Parker to Parkston, you might be driving through some heavy rain. And for heavy rain, just make sure to slow down, use your headlights so people can see you. There's really nothing in terms of hail here. Yeah, there's no hail in the cell by Freeman. Yeah, so Freeman, it's just 81. Okay, so 81 by Dalton, going north, probably driving through it, the heaviest rain right now. Nothing bad, just pretty heavy rain, probably some lightning, some thunder. That's about it by Freeman. So the heavier bands of rain have hit Harrisburg now. They're going into Harrisburg. Then starting into the south side of Sioux Falls. T, I know we're starting to see some heavy rain here in T, or heavier rain, I guess I should say. Yeah, once again, thank you to all who tuned in this afternoon and this evening to watch our coverage of this event. It's been great. We're gonna stay on air for a little bit longer, just to kind of see these last remnants of rotation out. And it looks like that this little bit of rotation that there was by Akron is gone now. So there's maybe a little bit over here east of Sioux Center, just a tad. There was some by Freeman earlier, but it's decreased significantly. Yeah, so that's all by Freeman. You guys by Freeman might be seeing some pretty heavy rain. So be sure to drive carefully if you're out and about. Larchwood, yeah, you guys are seeing the beginnings of this in Larchwood, in parts of northwest Iowa, like Rock Rapids, Alford, Lester, into extreme southwestern Minnesota, so Hills and Steen, Beaver Creek. Eventually, in the next maybe 2 hours or so, you people in Laverne will start to be getting this stuff. Rock Valley, you guys are going to get some pretty heavy, consistent rain here. You can see here in Rock Valley, this stuff right here is moving right up towards you. It's going kind of like this. So it might clip Rock Valley, it might go through Rock Valley, just depends. We can see a little area here. Some movement in the clouds. Just a little bit of spin there. Yeah, but the tornado risk has been decreasing exponentially throughout the night. So
Sioux Falls right now is just about to get the heavy band that's in Harrisburg and T right now. So it'll probably hit Sioux Falls in full capacity depending on where you live in the next 5 minutes. Yeah, so make sure to stay safe if you're driving out there. It's pretty dark. It's raining in a lot of places pretty heavily. There's a lot of lightning. So be sure to slow down, turn on your brights, make sure that people can see you. Do not want to get in an accident. So, yeah, that's kind of it. We're kind of just sitting here watching this kind of line here from Parkston to Freeman to Lenox to Canton to Rock Valley to Sioux Center to Lamar's down here to Omaha, and this is just north of Omaha.
Nick, he's getting some really good lightning photos. We'll go ahead and try to get this on the stream here in a few minutes.
Okay.
So just keep.
Got it. So, a couple of our people here are going out to get some photos of some lightning in T right now. So,
Yeah, if people want to send in photos, go ahead.
yeah, if you guys want to post photos of stuff that you're seeing right now, feel free. I mean, we are very, very glad to see what you guys are seeing right now. So, yeah, so here north of Omaha, they're seeing 2-inch hail. So be sure to stay safe if you have any family members north of Omaha in like Pisgah, Mondamin, Magnolia, Modale. Scotland, it looks like it just passed you. So you guys might get some sprinkles throughout the night.
We got a couple photos coming in. Lightning and T.
Okay.
I'll go ahead.
Okay.
I'll go ahead.
And Riley's going to get on right now and show you some pictures of lightning that people are sending in.
Nice job. Thank you, Nick. All right, let's go ahead. Yeah, if anybody wants to send pictures in, go ahead. Storm photos. We're just getting it pulled up here. These pictures of lightning here. 1 second. Okay. Did you see these? Oh yeah. Here.
Lightning?
Yeah, here. I was gonna pull this up real quick. Show it on. So our this couple photos here. 1 second. Let me get it pulled up here. Let's see. Yeah. So this was just a minute ago in T, just outside of our studio from our from one of our persons, Nick Stratmeyer. He was out here posting some lightning photos. So thank you, Nick, for that. This just a couple of the lightning photos from tonight, just a minute ago. Again, just outside of our studio. So really cool lightning pictures. Again, if anybody wants to send pictures in. But yeah, some pretty cool lightning photos. Just a minute ago, just fresh off the wire here in T. So yeah, back to the radar, and looks like the heaviest of the rain is coming right into the south side of town. Nothing on the velocity yet. We'll continue to monitor it. Maybe could get a quick spin up. That's kind of what we've been watching the last hour to see if we're going to get any spin ups. Definitely some heavy rain at our studio here in T. Kind of what we said, the rain, lightning, thunder. No hail though, I don't believe so.
see. Oh, are you kidding me?
It's over.
I think some people are enjoying the lightning show. We're hearing people outside of our studio. See, right here, just north of Ireton, you see that right there? Like that's kind of what we're watching too, and maybe see if maybe there's a quick spin up.
I've been watching it. Yeah, the Freeman just disappeared. There's really nothing by there anymore.
Yep.
It's raining pretty heavily here in T.
Yep. But again, tomorrow is another, like, we're not out of the woods yet. Tomorrow looks to be another day with a little bit of tornado potential as that low makes its way basically to Sioux Falls. Yeah. So as long as there's no tornado warnings, we're gonna get off at the top of the hour at 10 o'clock. We're gonna jump off the air here at 10 o'clock as long as there's no tornado warnings. But again, thank you everybody for supporting us with stars and all the views. Much appreciated to basically help people learn about the weather and learn about the current situation about the weather in areas. Trying to see if maybe there's any sort of signs of anything in terms of spinning up or anything. Yeah, so this is our velocity product. Nick, you can maybe chime in on this too. Basically what this is, green's going towards the radar, red's going away from the radar. This is our velocity product that basically we basically dissect into the storm and figure out where we could see possible signs of rotation. For those of you that are wondering what this is, we saw a couple comments asking about this.
Yep, and I kind of talked with whoever asked that before about kind of what this radar meant. Yeah, it helps with understanding where the winds in a storm are moving.
That was a loud thunder.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that. I just kind of died out.
Yep.
It's kind of what I was thinking. I didn't want to say anything, but this might be the only spot on the map right now that it looks like there could be maybe a spin up. Bit of a Quimby.
Washta.
So we'll keep an eye on that. Okay, although, did you see that last frame? I have to watch it, just in case.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see that. And again, the only severe thunderstorm warning we have kind of in our viewing area is down here southeast of Ottawa. Severe thunderstorm warning in western Iowa. And this one, 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds moving north at 30. Also want to point out too, we're gonna stay here as well. Like once we jump off the air, we're gonna stay here a little bit longer to see, if a tornado warning does pop up, we will jump back on. But as of right now, as long as there's no tornado warnings, in 15 minutes we will we'll jump off the air here. And again, Sioux Falls is getting a lot of rain. Basically all these areas: Mitchell, Parkson, Salem, Freeman, Sioux Falls, Canton. Sioux Center, Northwest Iowa, Lamar's, all these areas kind of just heavy rain, lightning and thunder. Maybe northwest Iowa, maybe a little bit of small hail, like pea size.
Mm-hmm. Not much.
Yeah, we're going to continue to watch this area in particular, as this looks like the strongest part of the line. The last tornado warning that was issued was 47 minutes ago in Oklahoma. So it's not just here, everywhere the tornado threat has gone down, which is good. But man, earlier today in Nebraska, what an outbreak that was with,
Big tornado by
and again, we talked about it earlier that Reed Timmer, he ended up catching the biggest one, and he intercepted a F2, F3 wedge. He said it was the largest he's ever intercepted. So it was very interesting. You know, if you go watch it on YouTube, it's like video's insane. Might be, maybe. Oh, you see that?
Oh yeah.
Might be having something getting going here. Just west of Sioux Center. Keep an eye on it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Yeah, also down here in Cherokee County, just west of Quimby, is another area. We'll have to watch.
Just a small little area of rotation by Quimby.
Yeah. So, just another little area we'll have to keep an eye on. But it looks like as of now, I think there's just some wind. There's some wind going on in the atmosphere that's causing these like little spin ups. You know, they might not be tornadoes themselves, but at cloud level, we're seeing some rotation on the velocity.
Mm-hmm.
And again,
just small rolls.
and you see it's picked up even. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
Last frame. As it heads kind of into Rock Valley, we're gonna have to keep an eye on that.
Yeah.
It kind of moves in a northwest direction.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that would not shock me at all if it went tornado warned right here.
It looks so big. It looks like such a kind of a broad area.
Yeah.
I don't really, it's kind of consistent all around. It's not one small area of.
Right.
Southern Sioux Falls. What are they gonna get?
Rock Valley. Yeah, that was kind of the area we were talking about, kind of right up in here. It would not shock me at all. I mean, look at that. Let's look at a different velocity product here. Yeah, you see that? Right there.
Yeah.
What we're looking for again, the brighter colors kind of intertwined together. Right here. That is the area we were watching. Red going away from the radar, green going towards. And right there. That's we're going to have to really keep an eye on this. But yeah, like I said, northwest Iowa, definitely keep an eye on it. And again, thank you to everyone who has tuned in tonight to watch. Yeah, look at that. It's getting stronger.
Really? What in the world?
This especially right here.
Yeah, right there in the middle.
really gonna have to keep an eye on that. Just south of Rock Valley, about 4 to 5 miles. About 5 miles south of Rock Valley.
Yep.
See the echo. If the echo tops could pop up. Trying to get a product to show up here. Might not. I'm not sure. Let me actually. Yeah, look at that. I don't think we're done with Northwest Iowa yet. I just think these storms are still pretty strong. I still think, and I think there's a lot of wind still within this. I was gonna bring up some of the. Let's switch gears a little bit. Let's go to a different radar product here. Go to. Yeah. All right. So this is a radar scope, another product we use here in the Storm Center. Yeah, you see that down here.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
There might
be a little bit of a spin up right there.
Again, we're going to continue to watch this very closely.
Let's see.
Let's see here. Echo tops. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Yeah, not too impressive. That one down in Western Iowa is still very impressive. But yeah, still gonna watch this because right over here there still can be something kind of brewing. They're still kind of holding together a little bit in Iowa.
Yeah, you see that right? No, it's not right there. It's right here.
Yeah. Hail. Looks like there maybe a little bit in Northwest Iowa.
Yeah.
And let's see. Yeah, I still just think there's something there.
Yeah, that's.
And it's been.
Pretty consistent.
Look,
Yeah.
do you see how that's rotating as well?
Yeah.
Right there.
Mm-hmm.
There's something, I'm telling you, there's something there just south of Rock Valley.
Could be something small down there.
Yeah, this, I'm telling you, there's something there. It looks like it's rotating.
It's definitely rotating. No doubt about that.
Yeah, you can see it going like this.
Mm-hmm. I bet you Sioux Falls radar is watching this right now.
Yeah,
Staring
so
at the
we're
exact
gonna,
same frame.
we're gonna be keeping an eye on this for sure. The next few minutes. But yeah, if you're in Rock Valley, I would be taking shelter just in case. For our Rock Valley viewers, or just in Lyon County, around this Rock Valley area, please be taking cover just in case. Again, no tornado warning, but we've been following this for a while now, and you can definitely see, according to the velocity, there's definitely some spin going on there. Here's a different perspective.
Looked like it got stronger with that last frame. You see that?
Yep. Yeah. So we're gonna have to keep an eye on that. And there's the radar. Notice how there's a little bit of inflow trying to, if you notice closely, you can see a little bit of inflow.
It looks like gonna be rain wraps,
So.
if there is anything.
Yeah,
there.
that's the other thing. It's so hard to tell, you know, if anything really is going on, it's going to be rain wrapped. I would also watch down here, this one as well. Could be something.
Marcus.
Yep, down towards Marcus. Maybe even right here.
Wow.
Towards Struble. But also down here, right here.
Is that what was by Quimby earlier? Or was
Yes,
that
that's that same one by Quimby, yep. And look at that.
Ooh.
So we're gonna have to watch that one as well. But this one in particular is kind of getting.
It's getting.
That looks like a couplet. I mean that, you know.
It's definitely rotating.
Yep.
No
And it's
doubt about
kind of
that.
moving in a northwest direction, kind of towards Sioux Falls too.
Mhm.
So we really need to be paying attention.
They're gonna come to Scotland's clear.
Scotland, South Dakota. Yeah. Yep. You're all clear there. Also down here, you notice that as well. Oh, look at that latest scan. We might have something going on. Oh, look at that too.
Well, then it looks like it kind of weakened on that one side. You see that? Yeah, it's kind of.
That's weird.
Just check the next scan, maybe.
It could be the rain kind of.
Screwing
Yeah.
with it.
But look at this.
How's Brookings doing?
Brookings, as of now, in the clear. Eventually, will be in on this. Probably around midnight, 11 midnight, or somewhere in there.
Yeah, I'd say midnight.
Brookings, I would not say in the clear, but definitely looking very promising. Kind of like Sioux Falls. Probably just some rain, lightning and thunder. But again, we're watching this possible spin up. Possibly here in northwest Iowa. As again, what I'm thinking is this could be turning into more of a line segment with individual little spin ups, like within the line.
Mm-hmm.
That's the line here in northwest Iowa. You notice this one's really starting to grow near Meridian. Look at that.
Meridian, Iowa. Yeah, we're getting kind of areas of rotation now in
Right.
northwest Iowa.
Yep.
So
Still seeing also one maybe near Maurice too.
maybe
Also one near Rock Valley.
that one kind of weakened. That one weakened. Quite
Yeah,
a
it looked
bit.
like it weakened a little bit, so we're gonna, yeah.
That's good, but that one by
But this one down here is really starting to
Cherokee.
get its act together. Look at that.
Ooh. Yeah.
There's definitely something there. There's no question about that. Let's go back to radar scope here, or the other product. Yep. Yeah, still showing the same thing. This one just west of Cherokee, Iowa. Just southwest of Meridian a little bit. Yeah. There could be a little bit of
Maybe a line there.
also right here. Maybe we might be seeing some Boeing segments forming here, which again that could form tornadoes along the Boeing segment. So we're gonna have to watch it, see what happens. see latest. Hmm. Let's see here. Morris. Just pronounce Morris.
Oh, Morris.
Yeah, Morris, Iowa.
Not Maurice.
Right.
Morris.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I'm sure we botched probably a lot of
Norfolk.
names.
What looks like Norfolk in Nebraska is Norfolk.
Yeah. Right.
So that's. Yeah.
See that?
Yeah.
Oh, and it just died.
Yeah,
Yep,
just
a little bit.
Weakened a little bit. What's that one? Do it again. I don't know, man. They both look like they weakened a little bit.
Yeah, this one's still going, but look at that.
Ooh, whoa. Linden.
People are wondering what state this is. This is Northwest Iowa. Let's take a look at the bigger picture there. Again, severe thunderstorms still down here in western Iowa on the same one. That's the only warning we have at the at this present moment. Also, what are? Let's see. Look at that right there.
Yeah.
Let's look at. I'm curious to know what some of these dew points are in Northwest Iowa.
441, 69.
Yeah, Sheldon, Iowa, coming in at 68 on the dew point.
Wow.
So and the temp is 68. 68 degrees, 68 degree dew point in Northwest Iowa.
Jeez.
And look at over Maurice again. Another spot. Morris. Sorry.
Over Morris.
Morris, Iowa. Yep. Those little spin ups maybe in Iowa. We're gonna have to watch it. Some loud thunder in the studio. Yeah, look at that.
Ooh.
A little bit of a couplet there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really surprised that there hasn't been any tornado warnings yet.
I mean, I
Just
think,
because-
I think it's just because it hasn't been consistently that way for more than 4 or 5 scans.
Yeah.
It's just kind of formed and then it's kind of died.
Yeah. Well, what's weird is there's plenty of energy available for these, and they're just not holding it.
Which is good.
Yeah.
It's good that
Yep.
they're not holding.
I mean, I'm really curious though to see what happens with Northwest Iowa, but
Yeah, see, they're just kind of hanging out.
So the current situation, yeah, again, a lot of this is just rain. But there is some stronger thunderstorms in northwest Iowa that we're still watching. And Cherokee, Iowa is kind of another, just to the west of Cherokee. Right there. So that is an area we were watching. Still, we're gonna hang on just for a little bit longer.
Oh, Meriden, not Mendon.
Meriden.
Meriden.
Okay.
They're by Morris.
And Morris.
So kind of.
Yeah. Yep. Let's see. We got an update here. Okay. We have an update from the NWS in Sioux Falls. Forecast overnight across the area brings continued showers and thunderstorms, but the severe risk is rather low. Some storms could produce some wind and hail, but a larger concern will be the possibility of ponding water in parts of southwest Minnesota. Let's see. Another round of thunderstorms is in the forecast for tomorrow, mainly near and east of I-29. Some of these could become severe with that, that tornado threat that we talked about. Could linger around tomorrow. Otherwise, temperatures will remain mild. Lows around 60, highs tomorrow in the upper 60s to upper 70s. So that is the latest from the NWS in Sioux Falls. So I think there's no warnings in our viewing area. And actually no tornado warnings anywhere. So I guess this should be it then. Thank you everyone for watching tonight's stream, live stream here of this tornado coverage. Yep. So, yep, you've been watching continuous tornado coverage here in northeastern Nebraska, western Iowa. We had no tornado warnings on the South Dakota side of the border, which is good. And we'll see what happens if there's a tornado warning issued. We most likely will be jumping back on. But until then, could be somewhat active tomorrow. We'll keep everyone posted on that and updated. But again, thank you everybody for joining the live stream. Greatly appreciate it, and thank you for all of our stream stars. Sounds good. So for Nick and Riley, I am saying so long, and we will see you guys in the next video. Thank you guys. Have a good night.